Welcome to a story built on love, heat, tension, and that kind of pull you can't walk away from. Turn up the volume, lean back, and let yourself fall into the moment. Let every emotion hit exactly where it should. Don't forget to subscribe. New audiobooks every week. Want to win a free bundle of 3 audiobooks? Just comment Dark Mafia Romance below for your chance to win. There's no limit. Comment as many times as you want. 5 random winners will be chosen.
King of Vice, Dark Mafia Romance. Crown of Sin Series, Volume 2. Daisy Fox. Published by Daisy Fox, 2025.
Juliette. I should hate him. I should scream, fight, run. But I crave the man who destroys everything that hurts me. Angelo kills for me, lies for me, cages me in diamonds and violence. He worships me like a possession he intends to keep forever. And the more he unravels me, the deeper I fall into his darkness. But he's hiding something behind those cold jade eyes. Secrets sharp enough to cut me open. A past soaked in blood, danger, and a truth he won't let me touch. Loving him feels like playing wife to a god. And prisoner to a monster. But I can't leave. Not when he touches me like I belong to him. Not when part of me wants to. And that terrifies me more than anything.
Angelo. I never expected to love anything again. Until Juliette bled innocence across my brutality and dared to look at me like I wasn't a demon. She thinks she's free. She thinks she can question me. She thinks I'll let her walk back onto that stage and dance for anyone else. No. My angel dances for me now. When I killed her father, I did it because I couldn't stand the thought of another man hurting what I've claimed. And she can never know. Not yet. Because another ghost from my past has resurfaced, threatening the empire I'm building for her. And threatening the one thing I've never had until now. A woman I would murder nations for. Juliette is my future. My addiction. My downfall. And I will burn the world alive before I ever lose her. This is the second book in the Crown of Sin series. Reading order. King of Sin. King of Vice. King of Wrath.
Prologue. I used to think the scariest part of my life was the moment I first stepped into Aphrodite. Bright lights, velvet shadows, men staring like they could smell my fear. I was wrong. The scariest part was realizing I missed that girl. The girl I was then, nervous, innocent in ways I didn't understand, clinging to borrowed courage and borrowed lingerie, felt like a ghost now. A distant, softer version of me, who had no idea a storm was coming. A girl who didn't know she was already walking toward the man who would turn her entire world inside out. It's strange, mourning a person who still technically exists. Stranger still to miss the version of yourself who didn't know what it meant to be wanted by someone dangerous. Someone like him. But that's what haunts me now, not the darkness of this mansion, not the guards stationed outside doors I'm no longer allowed to open freely. Not even the weight of belonging to someone who doesn't understand the meaning of enough. What haunts me is the memory of who I used to be before Angelo Volkov touched my life, rearranged it, consumed it. Book 1 felt like drowning in slow motion. Book 2 feels like finally surfacing, only to realize the air burns worse than the water ever did. The night after everything changed, I couldn't sleep. The mansion was silent in that eerie way only expensive houses can be, too quiet, too polished, too oppressive. The kind of silence that presses into your ears until you swear you can hear your own heartbeat echo across the marble floors. Mine was loud. Uneasy. Restless. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw flashes of the girl I had been back at Aphrodite. Her trembling hands. Her hopeful delusions. Her desperate determination to survive. She had stepped into that club searching for a job. She walked out with a fate she never asked for. Now here I am, sitting on the edge of a bed that isn't mine but feels like a gilded cage, tracing the faint marks on my skin. Memories of hands that held me too gently to be safe, too hungrily to be ignored. I never imagined what it would feel like to be wanted so fiercely, it bordered on worship and war at the same time. I never imagined I'd crave it. That's the part one hates admitting, even in my own mind. Especially in my own mind. Ariana would tell me I've lost myself. That the girl who once swore she'd never let a man dictate her life would be horrified by what I've become. But Ariana isn't here. Only his world is. And his world has sharper edges than mine ever did. The truth? I don't know whether I'm losing myself or finding a darker, truer version of who I was always meant to become. Maybe both. Tonight the moon is full, so bright it spills through the balcony doors and paints the floor silver. I sit in the glow of it, knees pulled to my chest, staring at my reflection in the window. Same blonde hair. Same blue eyes. Same face. But the girl staring back doesn't look naive anymore. She looks marked. Not physically, not in the way outsiders would notice, but marked in the way a soul reshapes itself under pressure. Like fresh clay molded by hands both cruel and careful. Angelo's hands. I drag my fingers down the glass, fogging the reflection. It blurs, distorts, disappears. Part of me wishes I could blur myself just as easily, smear away the confusion, the ache, the longing, the resentment, the twisted warmth that spreads through me whenever he calls me angel in that low, dangerous voice. But the truth clings too tightly. He has become the axis my world tilts around. And I hate that. I hate how deeply it burrows under my skin. But the even uglier truth? I don't hate it as much as I should. That terrifies me. There's a knock at the door, soft, almost hesitant. It's one of his men. I don't know which, they all have the same heavy-footed walk and solemn voice. Miss Larson, he calls, even though everyone here knows that title feels obsolete in his territory. Do you need anything? Freedom, I want to say. Answers. Air that doesn't smell like him. Instead, I whisper no, and wait until his footsteps fade. I don't know when I started instinctively hiding my thoughts. Maybe around the same time Angelo began reading them too easily. He sees too much. Sees through too much. Sees into too much. Just like that first night in the Calypso room when his eyes locked onto mine and something inside me felt pulled, dragged, claimed. I hadn't understood it then. I barely understand it now. But some part of me is beginning to accept that every choice I made after that moment was just gravity doing its work. Pulling me into an orbit I didn't know existed. An orbit I can't escape. Not because I'm trapped. Because I'm tethered. I rest my chin on my knees, replaying the last few days, his subtle shifts, his unpredictable moods, the softness that flickers in and out like a candle that refuses to glow steadily. There are things he's not telling me. I feel it in the pauses between his sentences. I hear it in the careful restraint in his voice. I see it in the way he looks at me when he thinks I'm not paying attention, like he's afraid. Not of danger. Not of threats. Afraid of me. Or maybe afraid of how deeply I've become woven into his life, his decisions, his violence, his need. Whatever it is, it's growing in the shadows between us. Thickening. Waiting. Testing the limits of my patience and trust. I don't want to ask him yet. Asking means acknowledging the possibility that his darkness is deeper than what I already know. And I know enough to understand that the worst truths are the ones he hides with tenderness. The room feels colder suddenly, even though the air is still. Or maybe it's me, sinking deeper into the sensation that something is coming. Not bad. Not good. Just inevitable. Like the shift between books. One story bleeding into the next. Book 1 was me falling. Book 2. Book 2 feels like the landing. Hard. Messy. Unavoidable. A landing where you check your own pulse, because you're not sure whether you survived the fall, or if the impact simply stunned you into silence. I stand, restless, and walk to the balcony doors. The moonlight spills across my skin, cool and soft, making me look ghostly. Almost unreal. Maybe that's why Angelo stares at me like he does. Like I'm something delicate he wants to protect, and destroy, and worship, and possess. He sees me differently than I see myself. I wish I knew which version was real. Behind me, the bed remains untouched. I haven't slept in it tonight. Not because I'm afraid of sleeping there, but because the sheets smell like him. Like his cologne, his cigarettes, his warmth. And I don't know if curling into that scent would comfort me or break me more. In the silence, my heart whispers a truth I'm not ready to say out loud. I'm not afraid of him. I'm afraid of what I feel when he's close. Afraid of the way my pulse shifts. And my defenses drop. And my thoughts blur. And the girl from book 1 fades further into memory. She never had a chance, did she? If I could go back to the night I first walked into Aphrodite. If I could whisper in that girl's ear. What would I tell her? Run? Fight? Hide? No. I think I'd say something infinitely more terrifying. You're about to meet the man who changes everything. And you will not come out of it the same. My fingers trail over the railing, tracing patterns in the condensation. I stare at the city lights beyond the mansion grounds, tiny glittering specks of life that feel 1,000 miles away. People down there are living ordinary lives. Lives with boundaries. Lives with choices. Lives without names like Volkov hanging like thunderclouds above their heads. I once belonged to that world. Barely. Desperately. But I did. And now? Now my life is divided by a line I can't uncross. Before him. After him. Before, I was a girl trying to pay medical debt and survive the remnants of a toxic home. After, I am a girl standing in a palace built on blood, holding my breath as the universe rearranges itself around a single man. Before, fear was external. After, fear lives in my ribcage beside my heartbeat. The strangest part? It's not fear of him. It's fear of how much I want the parts of him I should run from. Fear of how deeply I've sunk into this world. Without realizing, I stopped clawing for the edge. Fear that maybe, just maybe, Book 2 isn't about surviving him. Maybe it's about surviving myself. The wind shifts. Cold. Quiet. Careful. I press my palm to the glass, feeling it pulse faintly from the warmth of my skin. My reflection returns, clearer now, sharper. Not the lost girl from Book 1. Not the frightened dancer trying to fake confidence. Not the trembling 18-year-old who didn't know what hunger felt like. This version of me stands taller. Looks braver. Feels more dangerous. I'm not sure when the shift happened. Maybe the night he said my real name for the first time. Maybe the night he looked at me like I wasn't just a girl, but a choice. A weakness. A weapon. A future. Or maybe it happened quietly, in the space between chapters, where falling turned into landing, where fear turned into fascination, where survival turned into something darker and more intimate. What I do know is this. Book 2 isn't about who I was. It's about who I'm becoming. And becoming is always messy. Always painful. Always born from endings that look a lot like beginnings. As I stare at my reflection one last time, I whisper something into the darkness. A promise. A warning. A confession. I'm not sure which. I won't break this time. If Book 1 was the fall, Book 2 will be the rise. Even if I rise beside a monster. Even if I rise because of him. Even if I rise into a version of myself the old Juliette never would have recognized. I'm no longer afraid of what waits in his world. I'm afraid of how much I've already decided to step into it. Chapter 1.
Angelo's POV. I had much on my plate, as I did 365 days a year, but this year was different. This year I finally had her, my Juliette. I couldn't help but smirk at the way I was slowly wearing his innocence down to a thread. The room was cloaked in dim light, and the smoke from cigars and cigarettes swirled lazily in the air. I sat at the head of the long oak table, my thoughts a turbulent whirlwind of emotion. Across from me sat Nikolai, Eva's father, and a formidable ally leader. He regarded me with a stern, calculating gaze, as he knew this meeting was called in urgency. Eva's attempt on Juliette's life has complicated our situation, Angelo. I understand that deeply, Nikolai rumbled, his voice carrying the weight of frustration and anger against his ignorant daughter. My fingers tapped the table. I thought about how Eva somehow managed to survive her own treacherous scheme. I had other plans for the little bitch in due time. I looked over at the vacant chair next to me that was meant for Juliette. I assured her she'd be safe, but she was too nervous to come. You know how I react when somebody tries to take something from me. I balled up on my fist and pounded the table as I recounted the gun in Juliette's face. Nikolai's eyes narrowed as he considered the evolving circumstances. He knew I wanted retribution, and he knew in our line of work it was only fair. I appreciate this formal sit-down meeting and air of all that is going on. I know you're typically a man of action. Nikolai thanked me for not blowing off his daughter's face right then and there. The only reason I didn't kill that SHLuka was because I had to keep Juliette safe. I leaned over the table, snarling at him. That's my fucking daughter, Angelo. Nikolai stood up and balled his fists. He saw the look within me, and he knew my rage. He collected himself and sat down. You'll give me 2 of your best men, the most loyal ones you have. I squinted at him, a devious smile growing across my face. I saw the restlessness in his face. I could practically see his thoughts pouring out of his mind through his mouth into thin air. He was petrified for them. He knew their fate. And Eva is safe. Nikolai cleared his thoughts. The once confident crime leader reduced down to a puddle on the floor. Of course, you have my word. I leaned out to offer my hand for a deal. I just want you to know, my friend, you have snakes in your garden. Nikolai agreed, shaking my hand, ending the meeting with that ominous thought. Something that I just disregarded as a little ploy to get me to drop my guard, stir up a little paranoia. SHLuka, slut. This was the part of my day I was looking forward to, almost as much as I was looking forward to seeing Juliette's ass when I got home. I got into the passenger seat of my black Escalade. Vlad asked me how the meeting was from the driver's seat. I shrugged my shoulders. I told him I wouldn't kill his precious bitch slut if gave me his 2 best men, I snorted. His 2 best men are our 2 weakest. What the fuck did you make that trade for? Vlad looked at me sideways. I just wanted something to kill. Besides, I'm still going to slit that useless slut's neck in due time. I need Nikolai for now. I grinded my teeth together at the thought of having to wait to have Eva's head on a stick. It should have already been done. I couldn't quite wrap my head around how she was able to escape. Vlad pulled up to the shanty apartment in the ghetto of the city where Juliette's father lived. I decided I was going to make an unexpected visit. I made my way up the creaky stairs, Vlad behind me like my shadow. I found the apartment number, and I pounded on the door with the butt of my gun, hard, loud, and disrespectfully, until I was face to face with a dirty middle-aged man whose stomach was half hanging out of his stained shirt with beer all over his pants and track marks from heroin abuse all over his arms. Who the hell are you? FBI. Stupid suits. Juliette's father cocked his head at me and turned back to look at his accomplice, the junkie whore who attacked Juliette. My name is Angelo Volkov. Maybe you know who I am, maybe you don't, but you're about to find out. I shoved him the chest hard. He fell to ground with a loud thud. Vlad kicked the rest of the door down, and we busted in. I grabbed this piece of shit by the collar of his dirty shirt and looked him in the eyes only after punching him in between them. Juliette Larson, you stay the fuck away from her, never talk to her, don't think about her, don't look for her, do you understand me? I seethed over him. What would I want with that whore bitch? What would you want with her? Maybe a good fuck, but that's about it. His eyes rolled in the back of his eyes as he laughed high out of his mind on opioids. Did you fucking touch her? I punched him again and again, till he was gasping for air. No, but I was going to sell her to some people who would have when she was about 16, that's what they told me. He spit out a tooth remorselessly. I inhaled sharply, and slowly walked over to the kitchen, ripping each drawer open till I found a butcher knife, and I stabbed Juliette Larson's father over and over and over till he was nothing, because he was nothing. Vlad immediately shot the woman in the head for being a witness. We can never tell Juliette this happened. I will tell her that I talked to him, that's it, that's what we tell her. I will tell her the truth in time. I looked at the wall-to-wall blood-soaked apartment. I really hope this woman doesn't get you killed, boss. Vlad tucked his gun back into his waistband. I almost didn't want to go home. I didn't feel bad about killing that man. I felt bad about lying to her. She specifically asked me not to kill him, but I had no choice. How could he just say those things about her? Juliette was upset, more than usual for someone being held captive. She was bothered by something. She kept banging on her laptop. Is there something wrong with your laptop? I'll buy you a new one. I laughed as I walked in. She turned to look at me. Her eyes widened. I had forgotten I was covered in blood, her father's blood nonetheless. This was all new to her, but this was very normal for me. I'm sorry, I'll go shower. I was short with her. I didn't want her to ask questions. But of course she did. Where were you? She pestered me, following me up the stairs. I was out, I replied flatly. Out killing people? She retorted. I whipped my head around and grabbed her neck with my hands stained in blood. Yes, I nodded. Now I'm going to shower. I smirked at her little expressions sprawled across her fairy-like features. I began unbuttoning my shirt in front of her, and then started with my belt pausing. Finish it, I demanded her. No, she laughed and turned around to go play with her laptop. Unfortunate, I grabbed her hips and smacked that ass real hard. She jumped and squealed. She turned around and wrapped her arms around my neck on instinct. 'Cause she was daddy's little slut, she just didn't know it yet. She looked at me crossly with a hint of submission behind her blue orbs. Don't disobey me, now go. I furrowed my brows at her. I'm taking you shopping when I get out, so go get ready. I shouted from upstairs, a smirk plastered on my face from the tantalizing imagery in my head of her trying things on for me.
Chapter 2. Juliette's Pov. Mr. Volkov gazed down at me, his captivating eyes locked onto mine. He had brought me to a shopping district in the most luxurious part of the city. Vlad and Xander accompanied us, but didn't say much unless Mr. Volkov spoke to them. He intended to spoil me with gifts, in hopes that I may forget about the violent threats he made to keep me close. I furrowed my brow defiantly. I didn't ask for any of this, you know. I squinted at him. Angelo grinned, completely unfazed by my resistance. I know you didn't. I just can't help to want to give you what I think you deserve. I don't just mean of material value, he added. As we walked down the busy streets with his goons trailing behind us, he took my hand. I was reluctant to let him, but yet I didn't flinch. I thought about what he said, not just of material value. Did you talk with my father? I asked him. His face was expressionless and he responded without a delay. I did. He won't be bothering you anymore. The corners of his lips turned up ever so slightly. What did you say? I nudged at him, and he immediately looked at me crossly and regrouped himself all within a few seconds. He was an absolute psychopath. I just explained to him how he made you feel and he agreed. He should be out of your life. That's what he wanted, Juliette. Don't go looking for him again. Angelo nodded apologetically toward me, a comforting smile resting on his face. I took this answer with a grain of salt, as he was being suspiciously understanding and kind, something he sparingly showed. So I can have anything I want? I asked him with a mischievous grin, putting to bed any thoughts about him and my father for the time being. Angelo nodded and flashed a black credit card, the kind that had absolutely no limits. Why do I have a feeling she's going to make you pay for that, boss? Vlad chuckled. Literally and figuratively, Xander added humorously. I loosened my fingers out of Angelo's grip, swaying my hips as I took the lead, letting the store lights catch my eye. Angelo followed me, allowing me to take full reign of choice with only one stipulation, that being, I'd try a few things on for him that he wanted. I walked into a high-end store that donned the name Chanel. The lavishness was a stark contrast to my humble upbringing, something Angelo I knew didn't share. I couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and intimidation now looking down at my outfit that I was wearing. As we strolled the store, I picked up various items and couldn't even bring myself to look at the price tags. Angelo's presence commanded the attention of everyone around us, as he was a figure with public notoriety. Heads turned and whispers filled the air. It wasn't just Angelo's reputation that had me feeling nervous, it was the way he looked at me. His deep, penetrating gaze made me feel like the most treasured possession in the world. I ran my fingers through the fabric, taking my time to look at each dress. I like this, I looked up at him, searching his eyes. It was a pink dress, satin, spaghetti straps, a deep V-cut, and the hem settled just above the knee. It wasn't form-fitting, but it would hug my curves nicely. I looked at the price tag and my eyes widened. He took the dress out of my hands and shoved it into Xander's arms to hold. "Money is no object," Angelo insisted, and with that my hesitation was taken away. I smiled wide at him, my cheeks heating up with thrill. I flew through racks and racks of clothes, passing whatever I wanted to Mr. Volkov, who then passed it to Xander or Vlad, and we went from store to store. From juicy couture tracksuits to makeup and purses, and even a few evening gowns Mr. Volkov insisted that I would need, and of course, shoes, lots and lots of matching shoes. "I need outfits for work," I smirked at him. He looked down at me with lustful eyes. "Come with me." Angelo motioned for me to follow him to the back of the store where they kept their lingerie. I went to paw through the tiny bits of clothing when he stopped me, putting his hand up as if I were a dog, and told me to wait. He then went through them himself, picking out what he'd like to see me in, and then instructed me to try them on. He chose one item. It was baby pink and strappy in all the right places. As I touched my shoulders to undress in the dressing room, I snapped at him to look away, and there he went, getting underneath my skin again with a chuckle under his breath. "You weren't saying that when you were begging me to let you come at my club." I walked up to him, fear leaving my body with every step, till we were chest to chest and I looked him in the eye. He cocked his head to the side, lifting his eyebrow. "I hate you." I squinted my eyes at him. He smiled wide and bit his lower lip. Without hesitation, his fingers wrapped around my neck, gripping my throat tightly. "Tell me, baby, look at me and tell me how much you hate me, huh?" His voice smooth and deep like whiskey, his eyes swirling pools of lust and desire. How could I hate him? I rolled my eyes at him, and he tightened his grip. "For once, make things easy for me. I'm trying to be gentle with you," he insisted with his hand around my neck. I smiled at him, knowing my defiance was starting to get on his nerves. Angelo made a big dramatic display of turning around so that I could undress. I picked up the pieces of pink fabric and held them up in front of my naked body in the mirror. I was flattered with the outcome, how the strappy pieces held and tugged my curves, giving me an innocent yet helplessly seductive look at the same time. I turned around and Angelo was already watching me. His eyes traveled down my curves and he furrowed his brows, his dress pants getting a bit tighter in the groin area. I smirked at his response towards me. He made me feel like the most desired thing that walked this earth. I slipped my fingers in his belt loops, my fingertips feeling the gun concealed underneath his black button-up shirt. I batted my eyelashes at him. "Do you like it, Mr. Volkov?" I bit my lower lip and giggled. "I'll tear you apart," he whispered in a raspy voice, grabbing my hips. "Can I tell you a secret?" I searched his eyes and he nodded. "You can't have everything you want in the world." I laughed, rolling my eyes before I pushed his chest back, creating some space between us, leaving him practically foaming at the mouth for my touch. "I want to eat." I folded my arms across my chest. I couldn't help but notice the shiniest twinkle in the corner of my eye as we headed for the car, something in the window of a shop. My mind wandered off to the thought of it. I kept my eyes glued to the piece of jewelry in the window as we kept moving past crowds of blurry people. I'll have Vlad and Xander take your things home, and I'll take you to dinner. Angelo signaled for them to get the car. Like a date? I asked, my eyes wide with curiosity. I've never been on a real date, I added. How unbelievably tragic. I will rectify the situation immediately, he smirked at me, a hint of playfulness in his voice as we stopped at the corner of the street to cross. He intertwined our fingers and took the lead. I spent the car ride thinking about different things to text to Ariana, various approaches. Do I beg? Apologize? Act coy? It didn't matter, because the paragraph I chose to send never went through. Ariana had blocked contact with me in every form of the word. My bottom lip quivered and a stroke of anger slashed through my chest. How could she block contact with me? I thought about what really made Ariana block me. She was right. He was a bad man, a devil on earth. I looked over at him. He was so still, like nothing he ever had done plagued his mind, but I knew that wasn't true. I thought back to the night I stood there behind him as he held his own gun to his head pretending to be dead. Sometimes I wondered, would he really hurt me too? Back in my room, my cell, I stared into my reflection in the ornate mirror, applying a dark crimson lipstick with unsteady hands. My bright-colored eyes, normally filled with a spark of vivacity, were now filled with deep uncertainty and anxiety, maybe even a flicker of apprehension. I was meant to get ready, he said. Look my best, he said. This was my first date with a serial killer, no less. Maybe I was a late bloomer, but I was an adult earlier than most in more ways than one. Just not in these ways. I hadn't had the time. I had been living a lie, an intricate web of deception. To the world, I was the young woman who had fallen for Angelo Volkov. In fact, everyone knew about his fixation for me before I did. But deep inside, part of me hated him as much as I lusted for him. I hated what he stood for, what he had caused me, what lives he had taken and the suffering he caused. I hated how he manipulated me, and I hated his arrogance. Yet here I am entangled in his world which I cannot escape. I had to keep up the facade. I had to do it, not for the sake of my no-good piece of shit father, but for Ariana, even though she wanted nothing to do with me. I looked at myself once over in the mirror again. I looked desirable, yet classy, presentable to stand next to him. Angelo's breath caught in his throat as he watched me descend the stairs, my black dress hugging my curves with every movement. He had seen me naked, yet he looked surprised. Tonight, he made me feel breathtaking. He immediately closed the distance between us, once I reached the bottom of the staircase. Juliette, he furrowed his brows, looking me up and down, savoring every glance. You look stunning tonight. Angelo dangled a necklace in front of my face, the one from the shop that I had my eyes on. I caught it in my hands, and he helped me put it on. How did you know? I asked with a small smile, unaware he even noticed. Come on, the car's waiting, he guided me by the smell of my back. Angelo took me to an Italian restaurant. We were seated in a private booth in the back. Everyone in the world seemed to know Angelo Volkov, and they either respected him or feared him or both. He didn't seem to care which one it was. Angelo tapped the table with his fingers anxiously. I didn't know what about. He never took his eyes off me. After eating our food with various degrees of slight small talk and bits of flirtations thrown each way, the nervous finger-tapping returned. I wanted to tell you something. Angelo hinted at a conversation with an air of seriousness. Go ahead, I nodded. I looked around at the candles and tried to relax in the dimly lit ambiance. This is about my past, something I haven't shared with anyone. I feel it has shaped the way I am in many ways, he began. I watched attentively, my curiosity piqued. His fingers played with the rim of his wineglass. My mother, Alina, she died giving birth to me. I was her last. She gave her life for mine. I never got the chance to know her, but I've always felt her presence in my life. Somehow Angelo's face remained emotionless as he talked about such a heartbreaking story. I reached across the table for his hands, and he pulled them away into his lap. My father, Pavel, was a formidable figure in our world. He became even more ruthless after the death of my mother. And as time passed, he grew more obsessed with power to fill the void. Angelo's voice remained cold as he recalled his early childhood memories, such things that turned him cold. In the end, my father was brutally murdered in a power struggle by two men, one man dead, the other remains a mystery, and I will forever search for his accomplice. Angelo, I'm so sorry, I whispered. I searched his eyes for any sign of emotion, but there was none. I was left the family empire, regardless of being the younger son. My father felt I possessed a certain determination, a willingness to do what was necessary to preserve our family's legacy. It was a heavy inheritance, one I never expected to receive, but one I've carried for years. I am heartless because I have no heart left, Juliette. It's in my blood, it's all I know. His eyes pierced mine like daggers and his voice rang in my ears. He leaned over the table, grabbed my hands and squeezed them tight. That's why I can't ever let you leave me. Suddenly, to break the tension, his phone started going off. It was work and he said it was important. He had a slight smile on his face once the call began, and it began to fade away before he ended the call. It was short, only a few seconds before his demeanor completely changed. What happened? I asked anxiously at his expression. Eva, he muttered between gritted teeth.
Chapter 3. ANGELO VOLKOV. I selfishly allowed myself time to revel in the presence of Juliette, to take in her beauty as she awaited me to elaborate, as she waited for the bad news. I was growing exhausted with the bad news. It always followed me, and even with the good news there was always bad. I wanted to live in these moments here where her black dress hugged the contours of her figure, the silky fabric ending above her knee, her garter snug around her thigh, adding a bit of lust to the imagination. Her fair blonde hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her blue orbs sparkled with a hint of mischief and allure. What's going on? Juliette's voice shaky, as the name Eva was sure to cause her a fair bit of anxiety. The moment finally shattered, and I was forced to consume myself with reality. Eva made a foolish attempt to break into my penthouse, foolish indeed, after the quiet arrangement made with her father. I thought back on the two men I had forced him to pluck out of a lineup and hand over to me willingly. Where is she now? Juliette's manicured fingers impatiently tapped her knee. I don't know, she escaped, I revealed, almost with embarrassment, as I knew it wasn't directly my fault, but it was my responsibility. Juliette's aquamarine eyes widened at the thought of Eva's location being unknown, and her mental condition too unstable, as she was on the hunt to find her. Don't worry, my dear Juliette, she'll be dead in due time. I smiled at her, but she didn't seem to relax. I wasn't an idiot. I knew my lifestyle wasn't for the faint of heart nor the innocent, and Juliette would have to adjust to that. In times like these, I thought about finding some relief in the cocaine I had stored away in the penthouse. As we drove, it seemed like the club was further and further away, even though we were nearing it more and more with every mile. I attempted to keep this part of me under wraps, as she expressed great distaste for it with several outbursts. Where are we going? Juliette crossed her arms over her chest and looked at me expectantly. The penthouse, I replied flatly, my mind still elsewhere. I want to go see Ariana at the club, she insisted, attitude already in her voice. No, I shook my head slowly, keeping my eyes on the road. Why not? She pressed on. Because I said no, I gritted my teeth, and she scoffed at me. How do you expect anyone to care for you if you keep everyone trapped like a rat? She mumbled under her breath. I wrestled with the thought of it in my head. It would be dangerous to have her out of my sight with Eva potentially roaming around my club. However, I could use some alone time for extracurricular activities. Vlad will go with you, I agreed with her. Thank you. She rolled her eyes like the bratty little bitch I was blessed to have. Once we arrived at Aphrodite, I was tense but kept my thoughts collected. I kept Juliette close as we walked in through the main entrance. It was around 11 p.m. now, and the club was beginning to fill up with moronic drunks and thoughtless nightwalkers. I kept my eye out for any sign of that treacherous bitch Eva. Lucky. I heard my nickname shouted in the corner of the club, a name I donned for having avoided death countless times. It was Vlad. I approached him, maneuvering my way through the crowd, and gave me his report. The club level and the lower levels are clear, as well as the penthouse boss. She must have escaped, I snapped in a low tone. I shut my eyes for a moment, in an attempt not to explode. Juliette, go with Vlad, do your little thing. I shooed her away and headed for the elevator. I looked back at her as I walked away. She was already looking back at me. I instantly felt the guilt wash over me, and then her face disappeared in a sea of people. I inhaled deeply. Countless women have run in and out of my life, their opinions and values never molding or affecting who I was, yet this little dancer had my collar tightening up around my neck. She had me sneaking around and lying, all to protect an addictive sin. The elevator doors slowly separated to reveal my quiet, dimly lit penthouse. I walked through and found myself sitting in my office at the desk, rifling around for a black box where I kept the more personal and convenient stash. I allowed myself to indulge, inhaling deep lines of white powder, feeling the numbness set in and the rush released into my brain. My fingers twitched a bit as I hid the box away again. I checked my face in the mirror diligently to wipe away any trace. Juliette's POV. This time, as I walked into the dancer's dressing room on my hunt for Ariana, I felt different. Dressed in designer clothes and handbags, and an escort following me. The difference was noticed by the people I had once called my friends. They assumed it was once a fleeting romance, but now it was appearing as much more than that. The girls bombarded me with questions, jealousy wavering in their voices. Emily, someone whom I had grown close with, was hurling insults at me. I was no longer one of them, and they were ripe with jealousy. We saw you walk in with Mr. Volkov. It'll never last, the women taunted me. Where's Ariana? I don't have time for this. I disregarded their comments. Ariana wants nothing to do with you, don't you know that? Emily, someone who I thought was my friend, chimed in. Oh, save it. I remember you were in tears when Angelo rejected you. I smiled smugly, using his first name to describe our connection. Emily scoffed at me, ready to launch her cheap quip back when Ariana emerged from the stage curtains. Her eyes met mine. I smiled, but she didn't. Don't say a fucking word, Emily. Come on, Juliette. Ariana snapped at the other dancers, coming to my defense unexpectedly. I quickly followed her outside, where we shared a cigarette. Before you say anything, nothing changes. I have to stay away from you. I just couldn't let them talk to you like that. Ariana half smiled at me and blew smoke into the air. I zipped up my jacket. It was chilly outside, and I was silent for a few moments until I fell to pieces. I need you, Ariana. You don't understand what he'd do if I escaped. I don't think I could escape him. I choked up as my eyes began to well with tears. Escaped? You're carrying a designer handbag worth more than my car. Ariana rolled her eyes at me, taking another drag. He said he'd kill you if I didn't listen. I looked at her, and she looked back at me with intensity in her eyes. Juliette, we have to go to the police. Ariana's eyes widened, and she pulled me into a hug. No. You don't understand. They all work for him. I can't escape. I can't run. I can't hide. He'd find me. She looked at me with sorrow written all over her face, the corners of hers pooling with tears. Suddenly a voice spoke from behind. It was familiar, and it was female. If it can't be me, it can't be you, Eva's venomous voice spat. Eva quickly grabbed me, gun in her other hand. Ariana instinctively stepped in, attacking Eva and throwing us to the ground. I managed to grab the gun. I crawled to my feet and aimed it at Eva, who was on top of Ariana, my dearest friend. She was unconscious, bleeding from her mouth. Angelo and the rest of the men in black suits with massive guns came running, surrounding us like an army. Don't. Angelo gently took the gun out of my head and shot Eva in the stomach. She hurled over, blood and saliva dripping out of her mouth as she attempted to grab at my legs. Angelo pushed me into Vlad, who attempted to shield me from the situation, but I still looked past his broad stature. You know, I shot you in the stomach because it would take longer for you to die because you've been such a fucking bitch to me. Angelo leaned down to look Eva in the eye. She was choking on her blood. She couldn't say a word, but yet still tried. And then Angelo slowly pulled a small switchblade out of his pocket, and he slit her throat. I gasped, and ran to the side of my friend, who lay on the ground next to a dead body. I pressed my head to her chest to make sure she was still breathing. I exhaled a sigh of relief knowing that she was. Please help her. I looked up at Angelo, tears pouring down my face. I promised you I'd stay with you. Please help her. I screamed, my entire body shaking. Angelo nodded. He promised me that Vlad and Xander would take her to the hospital, that she would be okay, but that I needed to come home with him now because I wasn't safe. I wasn't safe because now that he killed the daughter of an ally gang, they'd be rivals.
Chapter 4. Juliette's POV. The night hung heavy with tension. My anxiety was high as my thoughts swirled about Ariana. The sleek black Mercedes approached the mansion slowly. The looming gates opened with a low creak, signaling my return to the luxurious golden cage that Angelo had locked me in. I couldn't stop thinking about how Ariana put her own life on the line for me, and I couldn't even pull the trigger. I wondered if I would be able to save my own life if I needed to. I thought about how close that day might be again. The threat of Eva's father and his gang, once they found out about the murder of his daughter, would be volatile. As I stepped into the opulent foyer with Angelo walking calmly beside me, stolid, tall, and relaxed as usual, I caught a glimpse of the familiar white residue on Angelo's nose. Again? The air crackled with unsaid words as I frowned at him. Angelo met my gaze with an intensity that silenced me. I'm doing what needs to be done to protect you. My world is not built on promises, Juliette. His voice was stern, and I could tell he didn't want to continue talking about it, but I did. Why? Why do you do this? Is it because you've killed so many people? A part of me softened for the monstrous man that stood before me. Killing people is the easy part, the part one enjoy, one of the few things that makes me feel alive. It's coping with the loss from retribution. His words came with a heavy heart. All Angelo had left was his brother Alexander. There's other ways, Angelo. I furrowed my brows, giving him a reassuring smile. His eyes shifted back and forth as he thought about what I said, and then he rolled his eyes, exhaling loudly as he went to pour himself a glass of whiskey. I won't watch you destroy yourself, I whispered from across the room, as flashbacks of my father's substance abuse habit developing replayed in my mind. Worry about yourself. Once they find Eva's rotted corpse, if they ever find it, you'll have a price on your head. Angelo sipped his glass, smugly knowing I would rely on him for protection for my life. I stormed up to him on a warpath. I ripped his white button-up shirt out of his dress pants, revealing his pistol, and I grabbed it, handling it like an amateur. He could only chuckle. Angelo tactfully swiped the gun out of my loose grip and tucked it back in his waistband. You're not the only one who's lost people. I've lost too, but I don't drown myself in drugs to forget. It's okay to hurt sometimes, to feel things. I touched his fingertips and he recoiled harshly. Don't presume to understand my pain, he growled with a dangerous edge to his voice, his towering frame dominating mine. I am your only protection from Nikolai and his dogs. Never forget that. Angelo's harsh reminder of the reality of their situation stung, but I didn't flinch. Men like him could smell fear. I'm not forgetting, Angelo. Never forget something yourself. I never asked to be here. I screamed at him. He had this look in his eye, that look I only saw when he killed. It was savage and it was intense. He wrapped his tattooed fingers around my throat with a vicious grip, forcing me to look him in his cold, dead eyes. And that's where you'll spend the rest of your fucking life, Angel. Here with me, he snarled against my cheek, his warm breath heating my neck. He let me go carelessly, throwing me back, causing me to stumble over my footwork. As I attempted to catch my breath, my hands massaging my own neck, still feeling his fingerprints as if they were embedded in my skin now. I felt a slight rush, almost a spark. I found myself toying with the idea that maybe I liked how much he was in control, how he took charge, and how I didn't have to make those scary decisions for myself anymore. There is one other thing that silences everything, Juliette. Angelo gestured for me to follow him with his fingers. I accompanied him to his lavish living area, where he relaxed on the sofa, sitting with his legs wide open, and then staring up at me as if he were waiting. He set his glass of whiskey down beside him, and slowly began unbuttoning his shirt before discarding it on the ground. A devious smile spread across his lips, telepathically informing him what he wanted: a dance. I fought the natural urges to mount him like a lioness in heat, politely declining him. There was only one reason I did those private dances with him. What kind of debt? He pried at me, for my information, as I explained the reason I began working for him in the first place. Loans taken out in my name, just to pay for treatments in foreign places that never even worked, medical debt. My father and I were so desperate at the time my mother was finally succumbing to her illness that we would have done anything to give her one more month alive, even if it meant something stupid. We knew she was gone, we just couldn't cope with it. I shared this with him because I knew he understood loss, what it felt like to be alone. Unfortunately, I am no supernatural being. Even if I may walk like a god amongst men, I cannot bring her back, and I can't change who your father has become, but I will take care of your debts. No need to spend another second worrying about it. Angelo snapped his fingers and gestured for me to come closer to him. All I want in return is a dance, that's all, Angel. He smiled at me seductively, his eyes tracing the curves of my body. The room was dim, lit only by the soft flicker of candlelight, casting dramatic shadows that danced across Angelo's chiseled features. He was a man of power, feared by many, his reputation preceding him. His intimidating persona was built on a foundation of violence and control. A notoriously predatory mob boss who ruled the Volkov family with an iron fist. But tonight, I was almost in charge. He demanded tranquility. To de-stress, he needed something only I could provide him. I stepped into the center of the room. My heart was pounding in my chest like the first time I danced for him, when I never knew what intentions he held for me. The air was thick with tension and anticipation, a palpable force that seemed to hum in the silence. Angelo's icy eyes bore into me, relentless and expectant. I slowly unzipped my jacket, my blue orbs locked onto the storms he called eyes. I tossed it into the air thoughtlessly as I revealed my lacy pink bra to him, and he leaned forward in his seat. I began with a slow, seductive sway of my hips, back towards him as I took my time sliding down my pants, bending over with an arch to take off my shoes. I could feel his stare penetrate my skin from behind, and then I turned around to face him. He reached for a remote and fingered a button triggering ambient music to play, and then he gripped the arms of the chair tightly, awaiting my next move. I moved with an ethereal grace, each movement a carefully calculated, seductive stroke of artistry. My body was a symphony of curves. As I wound my hips to the music, I felt his hands grab my hips. I gasped as he pulled me into his lap, feeling his growing erection against my ass. One of his hands violently gripped my thigh, with fingertips digging into my skin, bouncing my hips against him, and the other slowly ran up my body to cup my breast. I was breathless as I grinded the most personal part of myself against him. I could feel the heat begin to spread between my legs, the faint throb in my clit. He unhooked my bra skillfully with one hand. He held my back against his chest as I sat there on his lap, and he spread my thighs open wide. "Tell me to stop and I will," Angelo whispered against my ear as he pushed my thong to the side and began to explore my body. I bit my lower lip and closed my eyes as he played with me. He knew my body better than I did. I didn't want him to stop. He groaned, "You're so wet, fuck." Angelo grabbed my throat and kissed me hard as he touched me in all the right places. I allowed a few moans to escape my lips into his mouth as he brought me closer to climax. I closed my eyes, feeling myself getting closer with each gentle touch in the perfect rhythm. "Look at me, Angel," he snarled against my cheek. I snapped my eyes open to his gaze, full of lust and desire as I reached my peak. I quickly got off him, feeling flustered that I had let it go so far at a time like this. He looked at me in awe and amazement. "You look absolutely stunning when you're vulnerable like that," he chuckled at me. I cleared my throat loudly as I began to dress myself again. "So you'll let me go see Ariana in the hospital then, since I'm so stunning?" I batted my eyelashes at him, in an attempt to sway his decision. "It's too dangerous. That's the first place they'd look for you. Ariana is fine, she is safe, Vlad is there with her, and everything will be taken care of. You can talk to her on the phone." Angelo attempted to compromise with me, but this was not enough. "She risked her life for mine, and now she is in the hospital because of me. Somebody died today because of me," I shouted at him. That person who died today because of you was also trying to kill you. Survival of the fittest, my dear. Angelo disregarded Eva's life as if it were something as simple as a gum wrapper. What are you going to do? I whispered, knowing that more people were going to have to die. Whatever I have to do to keep you safe, Angelo spoke with intensity. Angelo's pav. Hours into the night, she wore my dress shirt to sleep in her own bed. I crept in slowly, looking for a few minutes of peace. Every line of Juliette's face was a testament to her beauty. I found myself unable to resist the temptation of sitting beside her on the edge of the bed, my gaze fixated on her peaceful slumber, my mind lost in a labyrinth of guilt and admiration. Her long lashes, resting gently against her rosy cheeks, fluttered occasionally, hinting at the dreams playing out behind her closed eyes. Her lips, a soft shade of pink, were slightly parted, a trace of her childlike innocence. Her chest moved in a rhythmic dance with her breath, the rise and fall a soothing lullaby for my tormented soul. Yet this serene scene was a stark contrast to the tempest brewing within me. I had taken yet another life, adding to my list of sins. A life she begged me not to, her father's. I anxiously awaited the day she confronted me about him. Adding to the chaotic situation, I broke a truce and killed the daughter of an ally. It would be at any second that I could face retribution for my thoughtless actions. I had put Juliette in more danger than she had ever known. I knew the time of reckoning was upon me when my phone rang. I answered the unknown number in a low tone, so as to not wake up Sleeping Beauty. You took something precious from me, even after we made our deal. I thought the years of history would have taught you a thing or two about loyalty, Angelo, Nikolai spat out angrily from the other end of the phone. I regret nothing. I protect what's mine, I retorted, my voice emotionless. Retribution will be a thing of the past. It's now war, Nikolai growled and hung up the phone before I could get a word in edgewise. I was going to hang him by his own intestines and make all his men watch simply for not letting me say goodbye. Some people have such shitty manners. Chapter 5. Juliette's POV. Weeks had passed since I had been confined to the mansion. Angelo's paranoia, fueled by the threat of Nikolai's retaliation, had kept me isolated, leaving me yearning for the outside world and Ariana. To see her again, the phone calls weren't enough. Angelo couldn't face any more loss, and I was suffering from it. I want to see her. I started the same argument I did every day for days on end. That's the first place they will look for you, you know that. Angelo immediately shot me down. I won't discuss it anymore, Juliette. You have nothing to worry about. He was short with me, his temper slowly brewing inside him. I smiled and nodded. This was the easiest way to please Angelo Volkov. He wanted everyone to simply agree with him, so that's what I did. Later that night, when I was sure I was alone, I phoned Ariana, who quickly answered, eager to hear from me again now that she knew the road I had been down. I need to see you, I whispered into the phone quietly so that I would be heard by no one. You should try to sneak out. I'll meet you somewhere, Ariana responded with haste. I thought for a shorter period of time than needed. It was an impulsive decision that could have gotten us both killed, yet I made my decision. Okay, my father's apartment complex. It's in the middle of the both of us. I wasn't sure if I was going to make it, and I wasn't sure if Angelo was right. Nikolai hadn't made a noise since the night he phoned Angelo. Okay, I'll see you then, love you. I hesitantly hit the end call button. I thought about how dumb I was, foolish maybe even, as I exchanged texts back and forth with Ariana, slipping into the proper footwear for this long trek into the night. I did fear for my life, but I couldn't take the choking feeling of how alone I was. As the weeks went on, Angelo grew colder, even towards me. The others in his life disregarded it, but it sent me into a deeper spiral of loneliness. His mind focused on taking down Nikolai's gang, leaving little time to talk to me. I was finding that I was missing all the things in a relationship from Angelo. The cruel winter days were even more frigid emotionally. And it was this that brought me to the revelation that maybe I was falling for the facade. The strange allure of a man of such violence, attempting to show how gentle and harmless he could be to someone like me, so undeserving of his grandiose lifestyle. Angelo in his study, his face hardened into focus as he immersed himself in the shadows of his own concerns, his jawline tight and sharp with teeth clenched as he looked at his computer screen. I moved with silent determination. I eluded the members of his gang, who patrolled the hallways like soldiers. The plush carpets muffled my footsteps as I navigated the grand hallways, each step bringing me closer to the heavy wooden doors that guarded the outside world. The dim glow of a distant street lamp beckoned, promising a taste of the freedom I longed for. With each careful move, my heart pounded in my chest. I reached the doors, my hand trembled as it grasped the cold doorknob. A breath escaped my lips as the door creaked open, revealing the moonlit night beyond. I swiftly ran, weaving through the bushes and hiding from the stray Mafia men on the lower end of the tier list, meant to be outside watching the perimeter. And then I gasped when my foot hit the pavement. I couldn't believe I had made it off the property. But that wasn't the only reason my breath was taken away. The walls to the mansion had kept me safe, the guards and Angelo, but now without them, I would be on my own with a bounty on my head. I looked both ways into the dimly lit night as a cool breeze ran through my long blonde hair. I followed my GPS to the location I decided on with Ariana. It was a chilly winter night, but the temperature wasn't on my mind as I carefully embarked on the journey. When I arrived, Ariana was sitting inside the bus stop shelter on the dark blue bench. The apartment building was covered in caution tape. The door to the building had a large white sign over the door, and in red big letters it read "Condemned." I looked over at Ariana with slight confusion and a dark feeling looming over me. She returned the same expression as she silently followed me to get a closer look. The police were already long gone. There wouldn't be any bodies. I just need to know if it was his apartment. I didn't have to finish my thought because Ariana knew what kind of man my father had become over the years, and she knew the type of morals instilled into Angelo Volkov. "Okay, Juliette, if you're sure," Ariana nudged before pulling out a credit card from her sleek pink wallet to pick the lock with. I nodded eagerly. Truthfully, I wasn't sure I wanted to know. I had told him never to do this, not to kill him. I wasn't stupid. I knew my father had stopped loving me a long time ago, but Angelo understood loss and I just couldn't lose anymore. Ariana popped the lock, and we walked through the dark, eerie hallways looking for the room rented by James Larson, my father and his junkie girlfriend, whose name I didn't care to remember. We both turned on the flashlights on our phones to help guide us through the torn-apart ruins of what used to be a place of residence, now nothing more than evidence. I pointed to number 22. I had a flashback of the last time I came here, seeing those black numbers slam back into my face after getting into a fight with his sorry excuse of a woman. Ariana exhaled deeply, preparing for what we were about to see, as she wedged her card into the door and lock, popping it open. It was a murder scene. It looked like there had been two bodies. There was a gunshot on the wall and there was a pool of blood on the floor by the kitchen, each drawer ripped open and the largest butcher knife from the assortment missing. I slammed the door shut, my face hardened, and the tears began to well up in the corners of my eyes. The memories of my mother and father began to play before my eyes. "Juliette, you're going to be late for school," my mother's voice spoke in my head. "She's always late, she's only going to live once, so let her," my father's retorted jokingly in my mind. I was 9 then. It was a typical weekday for me, and everything was so simple. I didn't know what word cancer meant, and I hadn't the slightest clue what drugs were. I was full of hope and innocence. I had been a happy, bright young girl, with a promising future ahead of herself. I had lost my last parent. James Larson wasn't much of a father figure to me in the years leading up to his demise, but still he was my father, and I had fond memories of him. My heart mourned the person he used to be, knowing that I should have had this funeral a long time ago. I let the tears wash away my makeup heavily painted on my face, and fell apart into my best friend's arms. Ariana attempted to comfort me, with pointless gestures that would never be a means to an end, as I sobbed from my gut. "You knew he was a monster, Juliette. Letting him into your personal life will only cause tragedy. In this case, You might be better off. Ariana tried to make sense of it, as she didn't seem to be upset that my father was gone. You don't understand, I muttered, and she looked at me. I was starting to believe he wasn't, I foolishly admitted. As we crept out of the front door of the apartment complex, a tall, dark figure was waiting outside on the sidewalk. We can keep moving, we can get away, he'll never find you, she tried to convince me. It's cute that you think that, Ariana. Now I think you have something that belongs to me. I'll take her now. Angelo emerged from the shadows, rage written in his expression, fleeting patience in his tone. You can't do this. Ariana grabbed my arm as Angelo forcibly tried to take me from her like his property. I for one was in a state of numbness, as I was being fought over like a rag doll. I was still in a daze, still back in that apartment. The only reason you're fucking breathing is because I say so, Angelo spat out, pulling me into him, winning the physical and verbal battle. He focused his attention on me now, his expression softening to put on the facade that he wasn't a monster. Now, I told you not to go looking for him. Even his tone was lighter, that snake. You can't talk to Ariana like that, you can't? I began stuttering, my mind went blank. I was shocked at how he gingerly treated this situation. Oh, but I can, my dear Juliette. I can do whatever the fuck I please, from stabbing your father till he choked on his own bloody words, to making your best friend, the red-headed firecracker over here, disappear. Angelo snapped his fingers for dramatic effect. And you can't do anything about it, he taunted me with his finger under my chin. Vlad exited the passenger side of the car to help escort me back to the mansion. I couldn't help but notice the smiles exchanged between Vlad and Ariana as he approached the chaotic situation. I may never be able to escape you, Angelo, but I will never love you. You will forever have unrequited love for somebody. I squinted my eyes, and my lips formed the most hurtful thing I could have said to him. I could tell it had some bite to it, as he took a few minutes to formulate his reply. Vlad and Ariana began whispering to each other, while we exchanged words laced with anger. You don't understand, Juliette. Angelo's emotional response took me aback when I was expecting a narcissistic retort. He looked hurt, as he thought about something so intensely he shut his eyes for a few seconds. I don't understand? I told you never, explicitly not to kill my father. He was all I had left from that life. I held my hands close to my heart as if they would hold some of the weight for me. That life is gone, Juliette. That man was not the man you are mourning. Angelo's venomous words stung, but pieces of them rang true. Even Ariana felt as though he had done me a sinful favor. Conflicted parts of me were strung up in the thoughts of the person behind Angelo's mask, the soft and gentle warrior who had fought many battles and suffered much loss behind the great wins that his empire was built upon. Then there was the heartless cruelty, the parts of him that were truly bloodthirsty and craved violence. I had to admit to myself that those parts were very real as well, and even more dominate. Miss Ariana asked if I could escort her home. She'd feel safer that way, Vlad interjected. I looked over at Ariana, who attempted to appear as innocent as possible. Only an idiot wouldn't see she was interested in him. I wondered just how close they had gotten during her time spent in the hospital. Fine, be back in due time. I'll need you sharp. Clearly we haven't been watching this one good enough. Angelo shot a glare at me dismissively for running away. I said my formal goodbyes to Ariana, as we were in front of others, and accepted my fate. Angelo drove the classy black SUV, with me in the passenger seat. I was silent as I processed the anguish, betrayal, and disbelief that collided with each other. The pain of my father's absent love had long been a haunting presence in my life, and in the tumultuous aftermath of discovering Angelo's action, the wounds reopened with a raw, searing intensity. I grappled with the weight of my own words, the echo of my plea to spare my father's life reverberating in my mind. The realization that Angelo had chosen a path that denied me the chance to ever have closure left me feeling robbed and powerless. Yet with the mourning that clung to my heart, another weight was lifted. That man was not the man you are mourning. James Larson, my dad, my real dad, he had died many years ago. What Angelo had killed was a junkie, a no-good lowlife who didn't care about anyone but himself, and maybe, just maybe, they were right. Maybe not only the world was better off without him, but maybe I was too. It was early hours in the morning now. Angelo looked exhausted, mentally and physically. I had been through the ringer as well. He had no intentions of going to sleep. Now he was busy back in his study again, and there wasn't a chance that I was going to be able to rest my eyes anytime soon as I kicked around in the mess of blankets. I walked by his office a few times, peering at him through the crack in the door. He looked frustrated, and more than that, he looked tired. I wondered when he had gotten sleep since Nikolai had called him. I pushed the door open with a small creak, and he looked up at me, a small guilty smile slowly forming across his lips. The room was fraught with tension as my eyes bore into Angelo, a storm of emotions brewing within me. The air felt charged with the weight of pain. "Angelo, tell me the real reason," my voice cut through the silence, my eyes holding fierce determination against his. My father was a deadbeat, a drug addict, a scumbag, but there had to be a bigger reason. "Why did you kill my father?" I insisted. A heavy sigh escaped Angelo as he met my gaze, the weight of the truth bearing down on him, and he stood up from his computer to face me. "Juliette, he abused you, he stole from you, he did everything someone in his position shouldn't do, he didn't protect you." Angelo's lips frowned. When I came to him, I just wanted to talk, but the hate spewed out of his mouth was too much for someone who puts you as their reason for existing. Angelo shook his head, mentally recalling the meeting. "What did he say to you?" My bottom lip quivered at the thought of something that could rattle Angelo. "Enough, Juliette, it's over now." He sat back down and focused his attention back on his computer. "Tell me what he said that made you stab him to death, Angelo." "That was my father." I screamed at him. He looked up at me. He was calm, he didn't yell, his eyebrows didn't scrunch up. Maybe that was the scariest part, how calm he was. "He said he would have sold you into human trafficking." He said, "Why would I want anything to do with you other than a good fuck?" he said. Angelo began to list off everything, until I interrupted him with an act of pure rage. I grabbed the lamp off the desk and whipped it across the room, letting the glass bits smash into shards onto the hardwood floor. I sobbed like a 3-year-old in the corner of the room. "I wish I killed him instead," I whispered. Angelo sat beside me on the ground. He didn't say anything for a few moments. He just offered me silent company, which I liked. He was good at silent company. It was when we talked that everything got all fucked up. "I won't lie to you anymore," he began. "I'm not sorry I killed him. But I am sorry I lied to you about it." Angelo wrapped his arm around me, and I leaned my head into his chest. "I know you are, Angelo," I sniffled into my sleeve.
Chapter 6. Angelo's POV. The days that followed Juliette's discovery were an agonizing blur for me. I was able to get one anxiety removed from my lengthy list of things I should be worried about. It was almost dark-humored that each of these things were caused by some of my own impulsive doings. A hazardous warning I received from members close to me before I brought Juliette into my life. The balance of our fragile, dare I say forced connection, teetering on the precipice of uncertainty. The revelation had left my dear Juliette with a bitter taste in her mouth when she looked at me, with a flinch in her demeanor when I reached out to touch her, and hesitation enveloping her voice when she spoke to me. Juliette was questioning everything, and the connection we shared, once on the brink of something deeper, now faced the ominous shadows cast by the truth of who I truly was. As the threat of Nikolai's gang intensified, I heightened her protection. I attempted to keep Juliette out of the loop as much as possible, not feeding her much information to keep her fears low, but I still needed her to understand the threat was high and lurking. I was determined to prove to her that I could protect her. I didn't just destroy. I could build something for both of us. But each layer of security only seemed to widen the emotional chasm between us. Today was important. I would call a meeting in the most private room on the estate grounds, and we would plan our next move. I unfortunately couldn't risk having Juliette run away again, so I informed her that she would be coming with me. I knew this would incite an argument. "I don't want to go with you." Juliette took a sip of water, finishing her breakfast. Thank you. She kindly smiled at my waitstaff, who cleared her place for her and did not interject into our bickering as they knew better. You can't be trusted to be alone after that charade you pulled a few days ago. You're coming with me, so help me God, Juliette. I began before stopping myself. The weight on my shoulders had worn my patience down to nothing, a thinly veiled sheet of ice that simply cracked under the pressure. You'll what? You'll kill me too. A phrase she once laughed in confidence, now riddled with fear in her voice. I don't want to kill you, I hissed out. A dark silence consumed the room. But sometimes I want to hurt you so bad you wouldn't dare think a thought that goes against me. I didn't mean to say it, but it was how I felt at times in the deepest, darkest parts of my mind that desired to see her at my mercy. It slipped out. The look on her face said it all. She had made her silent decision about me in her mind. I was evil. She was not wrong in her assessment. I'll go get dressed. Her voice was but a meager whimper. Her bewitching eyes that once held glimmers of sparks of curiosity within them, now hazy and dull. She floated like a ghost to the room that belonged to her to get dressed. I had laid out a dress for her, baby blue in color to complement her eyes, a mesmerizing shade of blue, reminiscent of a tranquil sea reflecting the open sky. I watched her from the crack in the door. As she admired herself in the dress, she seemed displeased with her appearance. I entered the room, clearing my throat to make my presence known. She looked at me with the same look of displeasure as she did her own reflection, and I could only know that I had been at fault here. What's the matter? You don't like the dress, there are others. I attempted to quickly remedy the situation, as the tension between us was beginning to take a toll on me, and I couldn't risk adding more friction. The dress is stunning, but it's everything I would expect from you. Juliette toyed with her hair, adding the last touches of makeup to the highlighted points of her face. Just like when you first lured me into your grasp, you dangled luxurious things in my face, as if the glitz and glam would cover the blood on your hands. Juliette's words dug into my back. I wasn't aware my attempts at wooing her were so aloof. I hadn't had an issue in the past in the category of seduction, but she wanted more than something so surface level and shallow. I underestimated her maturity and her desire for the unconditional love she had lacked for a large portion of her life. Maybe that's all some people hang around you for, Angelo. The lifestyle, or maybe it's the fear you instill inside every man and every woman. But I used to think there was more to you, Juliette added, her comment lingering in my mind as she walked past me, heels clicking against the floor. Maybe there really is nothing left to you but a stereotype, a man so consumed in his power, his empire, his money, that he becomes nothing left but a monster motivated by greed, Juliette whispered as I walked silently to the panic room. I knew what she was doing. She was trying to get a rise out of me. She was going to say anything to prove her point. I had a point myself that I'd like to get across to her. We had 3 levels of clearance to pass before getting to the panic room. I explained the levels to her, as went through them to make her feel more comfortable about the intimidating process. The first level is level 1. I will speak a code to the guard at the door that leads to a flight of stairs, and he will grant us access. The code changes continuously, as do the languages and the format as well. Only 3 people know the code, myself, Vlad, and my brother, I explained to her as we went through the first level. I guided her down the steep concrete steps by her wrist as she reflected my attempt to hold her hand. She looked around the room nervously. We are now in an armory. It holds thousands of different bullets and weaponry. These walls are completely soundproof. Nobody can hear a thing, Juliette. My tone was dark and ominous as I looked at her with a sinister smile spreading across my lips. I walked towards her, and with every step forward she stepped backwards till she was up against a wall racked with guns. I was on a power high as I studied the anxiety and uncertainty that swirled in her wide eyes. I could do anything I wanted to you. Nobody would know. And nobody would come looking for the orphan-turned-stripper, I taunted her, toying with the wispy pieces of hair that framed her pixie-like face. My words cut deep into her, the emotion showing on her face. She heroically fought back the tears that began to well up in the corners of her eyes, and she tirelessly fought back the whimper that was begging to escape her throat. Don't throw stones in glass houses, I reminded her before she could give me a bratty retort. And since I'm putting rules into place, Do not attempt to rile me up, because the feeling you're feeling right now can get even more severe. I dug the knife deeper. Without hesitation, I grabbed her arm as she was in a catatonic state, and I took her through the last level of security before reaching the panic room that served as a high-privacy meeting hall at times. The last level of security was a retina scan and a 4-digit code. The number was Juliette's birth year, and in seeing that, her face softened just a single degree towards me, but I had yet to earn the grace of hearing her voice once more. My brother and Vlad already sat at the table, impatiently waiting for me so that they could begin. Alexander showed displeasure in his expression upon realizing I had brought Juliette. He believed she was nothing but a nail in my coffin. I believed quite the opposite. Vlad never expressed much thought, other than to be careful with her. Vladimir was a great nobleman, strong and loyal, and the best advisor I had in my life. I was lucky to call him my friend, and now someone part of my organization that I consider an extended family. In this crucial meeting, the tension was palpable. Everyone gave their attention. My focus was on Nikolai's gang, but Juliette's watchful eyes picked up on Alexander's coy demeanor. "Angelo, if I may interject, I know it's not my place," Juliette spoke up. All eyes turned to the teeny dancer girl. She had the floor now. "This should be good," Alexander muttered under his breath. "You're right, because it's about you." Juliette shot him piercing daggers with her eyes. "Where were you when all this bullshit with Eva was going on?" "You were gone every time." Juliette leaned in across the table. Alexander stood up, enraged that she would dare go against him. "Don't you ever insinuate I would go against my own family, you troublesome little girl." Alexander sat back down in a huff, adjusting the sleeves of his suit jacket. Juliette looked at me, expecting me to come to her rescue, but I kept the meeting moving along. My loyalty to my family overshadowed an inkling of doubt. "Now is not the time to point fingers within ourselves, but to join together to fight one common enemy," I stated, with honor in my voice, in an attempt to unite them, nevertheless ending their bickering. Alexander looked at Juliette, a taunting smile playing on his lips, which I acknowledged even if he didn't think I did. Vlad cleared his throat. "I think we should attack first. They wouldn't expect it." "Attack first? They haven't done a single thing to Juliette, except for the phone call." Alexander was completely against the aggressor approach, which was quite unlike him. "Are you forgetting the severed fingers from our own men?" Vlad snapped at Alexander, losing his cool, which was not like him at all. Everyone was acting out of sorts. The tension was making my men lose who they were. I had to take control back from Nikolai. We couldn't live another week under the pressure of when and how he might strike. "I will no longer play the game." "I don't play games, do I?" I asked my men. They silently responded, their heads slowly shaking no. I went over the intricate plan that was decided mostly between Vlad and I, as Alexander was oppositional for the most part, not wanting to shed blood for some reason. Juliette played around on her phone, thumbs flying away on the keyboard, texting away to Ariana, most likely. I knew she was growing bored of being under lock and key. I thought about taking her away somewhere, not a vacation. To a safe house, in a more lavish location, alone, and most importantly, she wouldn't have the looming fear of death over her head anymore. But these were just dreams, as I would have to fly out to Russia in the upcoming week, and I dread to let her know she wouldn't be coming. With the way things were going, she might have been happier. After everyone had gone, it was just her and I sat there together in the small room, side by side, not saying a word to each other. Her temper was still red hot from her argument with my brother, and the threat I bestowed upon her before we entered the meeting. She just couldn't keep quiet about it. "Angelo, I think there is something off about Alexander," her concern persisting. I scoffed at her suggestion once again, my trust in family yielding. "Alexander wouldn't betray me." "You're letting paranoia cloud your judgment. It's been a rough few weeks for you, Juliette." I spoke to her with kindness, although her constant poking was starting to bother me. "Maybe you're right, that is your brother." Juliette furrowed her eyebrows, but I knew she didn't believe that. "Just because you two don't get along, doesn't mean he's trying to kill you," I reminded her. "What if it's not me?" she asked.
Chapter 7. Juliette's POV. The revelation of Angelo's actions hung heavy in the recesses of my mind, a storm of conflicting emotions swirling within me. The knowledge that he had taken the life of my, at this point, estranged father had shattered the illusions of the past, revealing a reality drenched in shadows. As I wrestled with the weight of the truth, an unexpected emotion surfaced: relief. Relief not for the man my father had become, but for the release from the haunting memories of who he once was to me and my mother. The words he spoke to Angelo replayed in my mind repeatedly, my heart cracking each time. Angelo's ruthless act that I had begged him to spare me of had severed the tether that bound me to a past stained with disappointment and heartache. Yet beneath the veneer of relief, a brutal reality lingered. Angelo's actions, driven by a savagery that dwelled within him, painted a stark portrait of the man I had slowly begun to allow into my heart. The knowledge that he could go to such extremes left a chilling residue, the jagged edges of his world cutting into the softness I had once felt. I couldn't help but think of Ariana. The realization that Angelo, in his quest to protect what he most desired in this world, could potentially snuff out the light in someone else's life. The stark contrast between his tender moments and the brutality he was capable of created a dissonance that left me questioning the sanity of my own feelings. Being restrained to the mansion ground, though acres of property, I still felt trapped like a rat in a giant maze. I knew any moment I was out of the care of the Mafia, I was in danger. I hated the feeling of relying on one devil to protect me from the next. Angelo had been confined to his study for most of the days following the meeting. I was left to my own devices, which meant I spent most of my time texting Ariana. I desperately wanted to discuss the stomach-turning feelings I was left with, but I hadn't an idea how to bring it up, as I knew her hatred for Angelo Volkov wasn't a secret. Inside the study, Angelo was skillfully cutting off all of Nikolai's resources in an effort to leave them without any income. His loyal men were gearing up for a war they were confident they'd win. My phone began to vibrate in my hands, and it startled me, as with most things these days I was quite on edge. It was Ariana. I answered the phone as I lay in bed in my bedroom at the estate. "Hey Ariana," I smiled into the phone, happy to hear from her, but what followed wasn't what was expected. "Juliette, please don't think I'm crazy," Ariana spoke breathlessly into the phone as if she was panicking. "What's wrong?" I sat up instantly. "I think somebody's following me. I was going to work my shift, I decided to go the long way, and this black SUV is still behind me," Ariana's voice wavered with fear. "I am going to get Angelo, just stay calm and try to lose him. I will call you back immediately," I promised my best friend, and I leapt up out of bed. "Hurry up, please. I don't want to get out of the car," she begged before reluctantly hanging up. Angelo had reminded me not to bother him while he was in his office, but I believed this was an exception. I approached the study full of hesitation in my body language, a sanctuary where Angelo orchestrated the intricate ballet of his plans, saw a momentary disruption as I entered, the heavy door groaning in protest. Angelo, immersed in a sea of documents, glanced up with a scowl that only softened upon encountering the evident sadness etched across my face. "What's so urgent that it couldn't wait, Juliette?" Angelo's voice, gruff yet laced with a hint of curiosity at my disobedience once again. Choosing to ignore his silent command, I walked toward and, with a subtle request in my eyes, perched on the edge of his formidable desk, demanding his full attention. Angelo, initially taken aback by my bold gesture, motioned for me to sit on his lap instead and adjusted his paperwork accordingly. "I just talked with Ariana. She thinks somebody is following her to the club. She's on her way there right now for her shift," I expelled, finding an undeniable solace in the warmth of his lap. Angelo, usually dismissive, regarded me with a newfound softness. "Ariana can handle herself. But she's only involved because of me. How could you say something like that?" I was taken aback by his crude selfishness when in fact the woman in question had saved the life of the woman he held so close to his heart, maybe in improper ways. "She's not my concern," Angelo, though speaking with a tone that soothed my soul, spoke words that stung. If you won't do something, I will. She saved my life, I spat out with a fiery tongue. You won't go anywhere, you've had your little fun. If you're so fucking concerned, Juliette, I'll call Vlad, he's at the club as we speak. Angelo rolled his eyes and almost scoffed as he rang his second in command. You're too soft, Juliette. You need to learn how to self-preserve, he added as if I wasn't dissatisfied with him enough. If it were your brother, what would you do? I asked him, studying his eyes. He met me with sheer silence, the hardness in his face disappearing as he understood my position. The phone call exchanged between Vladimir and Angelo was spoken in Russian. It was short and quick, most likely to the point. I waited impatiently for the translation. He will pick her up, bring her here, she will be safe again, he spoke in broken English, a result of being accustomed to his native tongue, a small smile growing across my face as it was unavoidably adorable to me. Why are you smiling like that? He asked me in an accusatory tone as he already knew, his hand squeezing my thigh. I'm not smiling. I bit my lower lip trying to hide it as it was becoming increasingly hard to resist his charm. My eyes adverted to the top of the deep brown desk. He had some paperwork sitting on his desk, and I studied it curiously in a bid to change the subject, but what he had been looking at was my father's autopsy report. Angelo cleared his throat and began shuffling the paperwork into his drawers, but it was moments too late. I have been meaning to ask you something. What would like to be done about his remains? Angelo was apathetic. He used the word remains, distancing himself from the human being he murdered. My eyes were still fixed on the desk where the paper once lay. The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of finality. My emotions tangled in a web of hesitation, but Angelo's earlier words about my perceived softness echoed in my mind. With a deep breath I spoke, my voice wavering but determined. Burn it all. I want to burn everything to the ground. Angelo's apathetic demeanor remained, but a flicker of something darker danced in his eyes. Anything for you. His phone began to ring relentlessly. What? He hissed into the speaker. Angelo's tranquil state was disrupted by the other person on the phone. He postured in his chair, his eyes widening a bit to the news. What? I pulled on the collar of his shirt insistently. The room crackled with an uneasy tension as Vlad spoke quietly into the other end of the phone. I couldn't make out what he was saying. He relayed messages that hinted at a storm on the horizon. My nerves amplified with each hushed exchange, and when the call ended, I couldn't restrain the urgency in my gaze as I pawed at him, silently begging for answers. His eyes met mine, a mixture of weariness and determination. Vlad has got the guy who was stalking Ariana. I've decided it's time for retribution. We're going after Nikolai now. Dread coiled in the pit of my stomach. Angelo's relentless pursuit of vengeance was a tempest that seemed poised to consume us all. As Angelo prepared to leave, I masked my fear, not wanting to reveal the vulnerability that lingered beneath my stoic exterior. Angelo, an imposing figure, outlined the plan, introducing me to Mikhail, another member of his mafia. Mikhail was short, maybe about 5'8". He had green eyes and dark hair, and he looked around the same age as Angelo. I hadn't seen him before, maybe in passing at the club. He, like Angelo and Alexander, donned tattoos that symbolized his affiliation with the powerful Volkov family. I must go. I have to fight. You'll stay here with your little friend. Mikhail will make sure you're both safe. Angelo revealed he would not be staying behind with me nor leaving me with a familiar face. The name hung in the air. Mikhail. I attempted to size up the man who would be protecting me in place of Angelo. A stranger to me in a world where familiarity was a scarce luxury. I couldn't hide the discomfort etched across my face. You can't just leave me here with him. I don't even know him, I protested. You will be safe, that's all that matters, that's my priority. Angelo shook his head in amusement at my temper. You're adorable when you're upset, Juliette. His jovial attitude towards this whole situation only added to the redness that spread across my cheeks, encouraging him further. I rolled my eyes at the teasing, but the unease within me only deepened. As Angelo assured me that Mikhail would safeguard me in his absence, my frustration spilled over. I wouldn't leave you behind if I had any doubts. I must leave now. He kissed my forehead, his chin resting on the top of my head for a few seconds longer, keeping me inside his protective embrace. As he finally prepared to depart, I couldn't help but admit my deeper fear. I hope you'll be okay, Angelo. His hardened gaze softened and he took my hand, promising, I'll always come back to you, Juliette, kissing the top of my hand lightly before closing the front door and leaving me under the care of Mikhail. I wasn't even quite sure if he spoke English, as he hadn't spoken a word since he arrived. The opulent room, adorned with lavish furnishings, felt cavernous as I sat on the plush couch, my anxious gaze fitting between the grand entrance and the ticking clock on the wall. The air hummed with anticipation as I awaited Vlad's arrival, bringing Ariana to the fortress that was Angelo's mansion, the only sanctuary we knew in this shadow-laden world. In the stillness, my thoughts wove through the tapestry of my life, tracing the threads that had led me from the gritty reality of poverty to this gilded cage of luxury. Once I barely scraped by, navigating alone a world devoid of romance, my focus consumed by the daily struggle for survival. Now I lived surrounded by opulence, with a man who adored me. Yet this newfound life came at a cost, a constant undercurrent of fear that pulsed beneath the surface. Angelo's world was one of shadows and danger, where each moment of beauty was counterbalanced by the looming threat of violence. I had traded the shackles of destitution for the gilded chains of a life lived on the edge. Mikhail sat in the chair fixed next to the couch. He began polishing his gun with the ends of his sleeves, leaving me with an unsettling feeling, as I wasn't quite yet used to all the violence. I didn't know how anyone could be used to this much violence. The door swung up, ridding me of my tormenting thoughts. Relief washed over me as Vlad and Ariana entered the hallway. Their brief hug held a mixture of familiarity and camaraderie. Vlad's gaze flickered with a silent promise of protection. You two will be fine with Mikhail. He doesn't talk much, but he's a good shot. Vlad nodded to Mikhail, who nodded back in solidarity. The subtle glint of his gun in the waistband flashed like a silent testament to the world they lived in. As Vlad departed, the room felt both emptier and heavier, a reminder of the fragility that surrounded us. Ariana and I hugged, a silent acknowledgement that lingered beneath the surface. Are you okay? I asked, my concern genuine. Ariana nodded, her eyes reflecting a blend of gratitude and vulnerability. Yeah, thanks to you and Vlad, of course. I took her up to my bedroom, and her eyes lit up. Ariana was someone who enjoyed the finer things in life. This place is incredible, by the way. She smiled wide as she ran her fingers across the textured blankets that lay on the bed. A half smile tugged at my lips. Luxury comes at a price, Ariana. In this case, it's just my life. She chuckled, a dark humor passing between us. Well, at least we'll go out in style. As we settled into my room, the lavishness was undeniable, a stark contrast to the gritty reality we once knew. Ariana's wide eyes took in the surroundings, and she marveled at the grandeur. It's like a dream, she whispered as she plopped down on my bed. I sighed, a bitter undercurrent in my voice. More like a twisted nightmare, if you ask me. Ariana's gaze met mine and she confided, You know, Juliette, I've had these feelings for Vlad, the way he treated me at the hospital. I knew you'd be there if you could have been, but he was just so wonderful, so different than I thought someone like him would ever be like. I had known him for years, but just seeing him in that light. Ariana trailed off, getting lost in a romantic whirlwind. I don't think he'd ever go for someone like me, and with everything it comes with, she gestured to my situation. It was a dumb idea. Ariana shook her head, tucking her auburn hair behind her ear, her green eyes misty. I offered her a reassuring smile. It's not stupid, it's romantic, it's beautiful, and there's nothing wrong with someone like you. Her eyes searched mine and she hesitated before asking, And you? I see the way you look at Mr. Volkov. How do you feel about him? With everything he's done. A heavy sigh escaped me, as I grappled with the complexity of my emotions. It's complicated, Ariana. He killed my father and forced me into this life where I am right now. He said he'd kill everyone I loved if I didn't choose to be with him. Ariana's expression shifted, her shock palpable. How can you? I don't know, I admitted. But sometimes I see something in his eyes. A willingness to do whatever it takes to keep me safe, even if it means he would die for me. In that shared understanding, the room held the weight of our secrets and the complexity of the motions that bound us. A world of shadows and danger, where love and fear coexisted in a fragile dance. ANGELO VOLKOV. The night enveloped us like a shroud as we sped towards the marina, the air heavy with anticipation and tension. In the car, Vlad, Xander, Alexander and I were silent, the hum of the engine punctuating the gravity of our mission. The mission was supposed to be clandestine, a strike against Nikolai's gang at the marina where they smuggled their arsenal. My fingers drummed against the leather interior of the car, the anxiety clawing at my insides. The thought of Juliette, alone with Mikhail, scared and nervous awaiting my return anxiously haunted my every breath. Alexander noticed my unease and offered words of reassurance. She's in good hands, brother. Mikhail is one of our most trusted, you know that. As we reached the marina, shadows draped around us like a veil. We hid, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The intel provided by Alexander had assured Nikolai would be there, overseeing the shipment, yet as the firefight erupted, Nikolai was notably absent. The betrayal in his eyes mirrored my own sense of shock and rage. Nikolai's gang, remarkably prepared, called in reinforcements. My blood boiled with fury, realizing they had knowledge of our secret attack. I saw red, firing shots with a relentless determination to obliterate anyone who threatened to come between the life I could have with Juliette. In the chaos, Xander took a bullet, a wound that promised pain and most certainly a scar, but not fatality. I couldn't afford to let the anger consume me, yet it fueled every move, every calculated shot. My men fought valiantly, but the battle exacted its toll, leaving our ranks depleted. A low-tier member of my Mafia, caught in the crossfire, paid the price for the violence inside my heart. In a fit of rage, I shot him in the chest multiple times. A brutal reminder that nobody was safe when things were out of my control. The reinforcements we each had called in were nothing but bloodstains across the marina. In the end, only one of Nikolai's men remained, battered and broken. As I towered over him, ready to deliver the final blow, he choked out, "If you're here, you're certain Juliette is safe?" The words hung in the air, a haunting revelation that sent shivers down my spine. Without hesitation, I snapped his neck with my bare hands and watched his eyes slowly close for the last time, taking pleasure in the void he now faced. I sped towards the mansion, leaving my men behind. My thoughts raced and my heart boomed in my chest. Fear for Juliette's life moved me. Stained in the residue of battle, blood and sweat merging into an indistinguishable mix, I staggered into the mansion. The echoes of the firefight still lingered in my ears, drowned by the oppressive silence that enveloped the halls. Frantically, I called for Mikhail. Each unanswered beckon heightened the dread that pulled at my chest. The mansion, once lively, felt empty, void of the familiar sounds that should have greeted me. Juliette. My voice reverberated through the grandeur, met only by silence. In a desperate search, I ran through the labyrinthine halls, each step intensifying the panic that threatened to consume me. Nikolai's revelation dawned a cruel truth that left me hollow. The attack on the marina was a ploy, a diversion designed to strip me of my shield. Rushing outside, the garden that had witnessed countless whispered promises now held only a haunting emptiness. My breath caught as I found Mikhail hanging lifelessly from the top of the gazebo. A sobbing cry sliced through the air, leading me to Ariana hiding under a bush. Terrified and tearful, she whispered, "Someone took Juliette." Panic and rage surged through me as I sprinted towards the source of Juliette's screams. There, in the dim light of the driveway, a masked man stood tormenting her. The fury within me erupted, each blow to his skull a testament to the violence that began to overtake me. Juliette's screams raged on in the background as I beat the assailant to death, his words drowned out by the gurgling of his blood. I was consumed by my demons. I had lost the lives of many I had cared about tonight, and I was being toyed with by my enemy. I continued to pound my fists into his face long after the light had faded away from his eyes. Juliette cautiously approached me in my peripheral, her gentle hands wrapping around my arms. Only she possessed the power to quell the tempest raging within me. Breathless and wild-eyed, I halted at her command. "What happened?" she asked, her voice a fragile melody amid the chaos. Covered in blood, I struggled to form the words that convey the horror of the night. "I can't lose anymore," I uttered, a raw admission of my failures not only to her but to my men. "Xander was shot. I lost, maybe, 8 good men, decent men, good people with families depending on him to provide, all due to my selfishness and idiocy to not see through Nikolai's plans." I found solace in her presence as I laid on the ground, her sitting beside me. I reached for the top of her thighs and rested my head, finding a sense of grounding in her touch. "And you, I promised you'd be safe." I shook my head, disappointed in myself. "It's not your fault." Juliette rested her hand on my head and ran her fingers through my hair, providing me with some form of slight relief, although I knew the responsibility was only mine to bear. "Nikolai used the attack as a diversion. They took advantage of the chaos to try to snatch you away. I began before she interrupted me. "But you came for me like I knew you would." A solemn nod affirmed my commitment. "I will always come for you, Juliette." In the quiet aftermath, she touched my blood-streaked face, her touch a balm to wounds that ran deeper than the physical that appeared so viciously tonight. "We've been through so much, Angelo. I need to know why." The weight of my failures to her pressed on me, and I found strength in finally talking about it. "I killed your father to protect you. I can't fathom the idea of a single soul being unkind to you, saying such savage things, having such cruel intentions, hurting you." I trailed off. "I couldn't stop myself. I didn't have the restraint to stay away from you. I had to say anything, do anything, to have you in my possession. You are my greatest desire, and I will never stop chasing you." My eyes searched her glimmering orbs, my thumb tracing the edges of slender jaw, marveling in her beauty. "You would do anything for me, wouldn't you?" A pinkish glow appeared across the bridge of her upturned nose. "Achilles once said, I would recognize you in total darkness were you mute and I deaf. I would recognize you in another lifetime entirely, in different bodies, different times. And I would love you in all of this, until the very last star in the sky burnt out into oblivion. Juliette, I would die for you." Chapter 8. Juliette's Pav. Startled awake by the haunting tendrils of a nightmare, I found myself tangled in the suffocating sheets. A vision of Angelo's death played on a loop in my mind, a cruel specter that refused to release its grip. I couldn't help but feel the guilt wash over me. He had created an idea of me in his head, that I would be his saving grace. I saw just the opposite. I would be the reason for his demise. Fear propelled me into action, the urgency to ensure that this was all just a dream in my groggy state consuming me. The moonlit corridors blurred as I raced towards his bedroom, my heart pounding in sync with hurried footsteps. Panic gnawed at my insides, the shadow of the nightmare clawing at my consciousness. The door to Angelo's room creaked open, revealing him, tall and strong, his silhouette accentuated by the soft glow of the ambient lighting. He emerged from the master bathroom, only a towel wrapped around his waist, droplets of water running down the contours of his muscles, adding a godlike glistening effect. Speechless, I stood in the doorway, captivated by his intimidating presence. The remnants of the nightmare slowly faded away, replaced by the living, breathing Angelo Volkov. I almost forgot why I burst through the door like this. "It's nearly 3 a.m, Juliette. Did you have a nightmare?" Angelo's voice soothed any bit of anxiety left within me. His muscles flexed with every slight motion he made as he walked past me to his closet, dropping his towel in the process. I struggled to formulate an intelligent sentence, my eyes fixed on his powerful build. "Yes," I finally managed to stammer. There was an overwhelming urge coming from a primal part of me to run my fingers down his chest, over his defined abdomen, to drag my nails down his back as he ravished me. His fingers snapped off the waistband of his black satin boxer, embellished with Baroque prints, synonymous with the high-end brand Versace. He approached me with a commanding presence, his breath smelt of whiskey, and the way he floated across the room even intoxicated me. "Are you drunk, Angelo?" I smirked at him playfully. "Only slightly. I needed something to drown out the incessant buzzing of failure in my ears," Angelo morbidly chuckled as he poured himself another glass of whiskey. "Would you like to join me in drowning out your sorrows?" Angelo relaxed into bed and patted the spot next to him. I crawled into bed beside him without hesitation, like a magnet being drawn. My hands found comfortability in wrapping around his vascular arms. He poured me bubbly champagne in a slender glass. The chill liquid spread warmth throughout my body as it reached the pit of my stomach. "You're not a failure to me, Angelo," I said, my eyes locking onto his, determined to be a beacon in the storm that raged within him. A hint of gratitude flickered in his eyes, a silent acknowledgement that resonated between us. We settled into the plush bed, the large window displaying the black night sky sprinkled with glowing stars in the distance. As the champagne flowed, Angelo's stoic demeanor began to yield. He spoke of loss, the bitter taste of defeat, and the raging storm within him. The vulnerability in his words became a bridge, inviting me to share in the depths of his struggles. "I've thought many things about you, Angelo, but weak or a failure, those were thoughts that never crossed my mind once," I affirmed, my words soft but resolute. "You're resilient and powerful, and your father would be proud of the man you've become." A ghost of a smile played on his lap, a subtle shift in the atmosphere as honesty took center stage. The alcohol became a conduit for truth, its warmth coursing through our veins, dissolving our barriers. As Angelo looked at me with carnal desire swirling in his eyes, I allowed the alcohol to guide my hands and my decisions. I wanted to be the one to provide him with relief. I could only imagine the weight on his shoulders at all times would have been unbearable. I began to knead his powerful shoulders, the tension beneath my fingertips a testament to the battles he faced and the position he held. He sighed, the rigidity in his muscles yielding to the soothing rhythm of my touch. My fingers traced the contours of strength and vulnerability, a dance that transcended words. The room hummed with a quiet intimacy, the shared understanding of wounds both seen and unseen. Amidst the embrace, the intoxicating effects of the champagne gave me the courage to share something of my own. "I've never been with anyone before, being thrown into this world, this situation with you. I don't know how to do it. I've always been very independent," I revealed. His eyes held a primal glint. "It's quite astonishing to me that a woman of your caliber could go her entire life without someone attempting to sweep her off her feet." Angelo smiled at me, the award-winning smile that could convince any woman to go to bed with him. Without warning, Angelo pinned my shoulders down, gaining the upper hand, leaning over me with his broad stature. His necklaces hung down, dangling against my chest. I looked into his piercing eyes, awaiting his next move. They were hungry, starving even, and he was insatiable. His lips met mine slowly at first, his hands working down to my thigh, taking his time as he did, feeling every curve I had. I leaned into him, and was met with a forcible pushback, as he chuckled against my lips at my urgency for him. His lips parted slightly, as did mine, allowing his tongue to intertwine with mine. Angelo swiftly adverted my tugs on the waistband of his boxers, as I felt his growing erection against my hip. He began kissing my neck, gently sucking and leaving small love bites, causing a few small moans to escape my lips. I dragged my nails slowly down his chest as his hands gripped my waist tightly. I responded breathlessly, to his fingers toying with my nipple through the thin material of my tank top. The more he pushed my hands away from his cock, the more I wanted to touch it. I wrapped my arms around his neck and whispered the words he wanted to hear most in his ear, "I want you to fuck me." Angelo laughed softly. He bit his lower lip and scanned my body like a barcode with his eyes. "No," he smirked at me. "Not like this," he shook his head. "You deserve better than to lose your virginity, half drunk on cheap champagne because you feel sorry for yourself." Angelo's pleasant disposition turned sour. I cleared my throat and sat up in bed, adjusting my clothes properly again, feeling slightly embarrassed that I threw myself out there to just get rejected. "I didn't mean it like that, you're not," I began before he interrupted me. "I know you didn't. I just didn't know, and if I had known, I would have tried to be more gentle with you. Angelo had guilt etched on his face. A moment of silence took over the room as I understood the perspective of Angelo, what a monster he had thought he was to me. In the charged aftermath, I mustered the courage to break the silence, my voice carrying the weight of desire and uncertainty, knowing that this was a difficult subject for Angelo and not something he was willing to compromise on. "Angelo," I murmured, my finger tracing patterns on his chest, "let me sleep with you tonight." His eyes, still ablaze with remnants of our shared passion, met mine. A fleeting hesitation danced in his gaze, and then he replied, "Juliette, you know I can't sleep with anyone. Please, I've been through so much, I don't want to be alone," I pleaded with him. He sighed and then met my gaze, a mixture of vulnerability and determination in his eyes. "I'll try, Juliette, for you," he said, his fingers gently caressing my cheek. Angelo, typically a bastion of strength, cradled me with a tenderness that spoke volumes. His touch, once charged with passion, now felt like a protective embrace, creating a heaven where the shadows of the night held no sway. I felt safe there. Nestling against him, my head found solace on his chest, where the steady beat of his heart became a reassuring melody. His arms enveloped me, a shield against the uncertainties that lurked in the darkness. As sleep beckoned, a newfound sense of security washed over me. Angelo's presence, his warmth seeping into my being, offering a sanctuary from the haunting nightmares that plagued him. Angelo's pav. With the dawn's light filtering through the curtains, I stirred, finding Juliette nestled in my arms. A realization dawned: the haunting nightmares that gripped my nights had retreated in her presence. "Juliette," I murmured, my voice a low rasp, "no nightmares with you here." Her eyes met mine, a mix of sleepy relief and curiosity dancing within them. She smiled at me and pulled the blankets over her head. I playfully ripped them off her slender body and tickled her sides, causing her to jump and giggle right out of bed. Our play fight took us to the kitchen, where the fragrance of breakfast embraced us. The shared meal was shattered by an unexpected intrusion. Vlad, urgency apparent in his hardened features, burst into the kitchen. "The man we captured is ready," he declared, leaving a cryptic message hanging in the air. Confusion knitted Juliette's brow as Vlad and I exchanged glances, our silent communication laden with the weight of a shared task. The man that we captured was meant to be tortured by any means necessary to expel the location of Nikolai. It was imperative that I have his head. I wasn't disturbed by the thought of gut-wrenching torture or of inflicting bodily harm on another human being. In fact, I took quite amusement in the power play and adrenaline rush. These were thoughts that I kept away from Juliette. She mustn't know about everything, she was much too innocent. Before we could clarify, Alexander entered casually, dispelling the secrecy with a nonchalant remark, "Ready to go torture the guy?" A wave of discomfort swept over Juliette as the grim reality unfolded. Pushing her food aside, she excused herself to get ready for the day. "What's her problem?" Alexander grumbled, aloof. As she returned wearing a light pink dress that hugged the contours of her hips snugly, with matching pink heels, I shooed my brother and friend away so I could talk to Juliette alone for a moment. "I need to talk to you later," I whispered to her, my eyes revealing the depth of emotions beyond words. Curiosity furrowed Juliette's brow. "What do you need to talk to me about?" My gaze softened and I reassured her, "It's nothing bad, we'll talk later." Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Vlad and Ariana. I motioned toward, a silent directive for Juliette to stay with them. The weight of unspoken words lingered in the air as my brother and I descended into the basement. The shadows seemed to dance with anticipation. The air, thick with the scent of metal and a subtle undercurrent of tension, surrounded us. Chained to a chair, the captured man awaited his grim fate. The man we managed to take, who the hell even knows his name, sat in his wooden chair in the dark, duct tape over his mouth. I wondered if he'd talk. I wondered how far I could go with him. I looked at my brother and we both shared the same sinister smile. "What's your name?" I ripped the tape that kept his lips sealed. Alexander placed his hands on the shoulders of my victim, tapping his fingers gently. He was reluctant to talk, So Alexander began playing with the toys, the array of metal instruments, each a different harbinger of pain and torment. Startled, the man quickly blurted out, "Igor? My name is Igor." I motioned for Alexander to put down the pliers, and he frowned, disappointed. "Now tell me, do you know who the fuck I am?" I hissed. I saw the deranged reflection of myself in his terrified eyes. "You're Angelo Volkov, the butcher," he stammered, one of my notorious nicknames. I chuckled at his weakness. He postured at me, attempting to get bold. "I'm not going to tell you where Nikolai is." "I love when they do this, don't you, Alec?" I looked at my brother, who was already eyeing the tray of weapons. I scanned the table and chose 2 small blades. I looked at my brother, and we silently communicated the method of torture that would be chosen. Alexander looked around the room and found a small piece of flat wood. He forced his large brawny fingers into Igor's mouth, prying his jaw open and placing the piece of wood between his teeth for him to bite down on. Igor began screaming, and his feet began contorting as he realized I was about to give him a Glasgow smile. As he bit down on the board, sweat ran down his temple and he squirmed in his chair. I slipped the knife between his lips. I smiled, feeling the rush as it glided through his cheek like butter each time. His screams were muffled by the blood that began to pool in his mouth. Alexander removed the board, and I allowed him time to spit and choke. Once he was through gasping for air, he groaned out, throwing his neck back, "I'll tell you everything." After we were through, we had the information that we needed. Therefore, Igor was of no use to me anymore, and I couldn't allow him to go back and report to Nikolai, now could I? "I've given you everything you want, now please let me go." Igor groaned out in pain, his face and clothes saturated with his own blood. He was now sitting in a puddle of his own piss. "I wish I could tell you I was sorry. I wish you had a heartbreaking story to tell me that would attempt to sway me. I wish you didn't attempt to kill the woman I loved most in this world." I rambled on incessantly like I normally did when I felt the high of taking someone else's life. "Nikolai is my brother," Igor stammered as I held a machete to his throat. I looked over at Alexander, and he looked at me. "Nikolai is your brother?" I retracted the knife a few inches away, releasing the chokehold grip. My cold expression softened as I thought about if roles were reversed. "Yes, Alexander is your brother, isn't he?" Igor nodded over to Alexander, who looked beyond exasperated at the charade I was playing. "Yes, and if anything were to happen to my brother, well, I'd just be devastated," I remarked overdramatically. Igor's eyes were full of relief as he relaxed a bit in his restraints, feeling that he was close to being released. But unfortunately, I had absolutely no sympathy, and I enjoyed playing with my prey. Without a single word, I sliced his head cleanly off his shoulders with my favorite machete, leaving him nothing but a headless corpse tied to chains in his brother's enemy's basement, a traitor. "Clean this up, Alec. I've got to go talk to Juliette about my trip to Russia." I motioned to the decapitated bloody head that lay on my floor. "Are you sure you want to leave her with me for the week?" Alexander asked hopefully. I knew he wasn't her biggest fan, but nevertheless, likability wasn't a thought when protection was on the only thing on my mind. "Her safety is precedent," I insisted. He nodded, taking upon him the responsibility to keep my greatest possession secure. I left with him that thought and ascended the stone steps, a lingering rush from the basement still clinging to me. As I entered the room where Juliette awaited my return with Vlad and Ariana, I knew I needed to shed the disturbing persona I was able to temporarily embrace. Gathering myself, I revealed my intention to go to Russia in the next few days. The reason would be unknown to Juliette's pretty little mind. "Why do you have to go?" Juliette's frustration spilled into her words. Keeping my intentions veiled, I assured her, "It's something I need to take care of." She, however, wasn't satisfied, throwing a bratty tantrum at the prospect of being left behind. In an attempt to ease the situation, I disclosed that she would be under Alexander's watch. At least, unlike Mikhail, they had somewhat of a bond. She could trust that he could protect her from the unforeseen while I was away. Before I could clarify, Alexander interrupted, stained in blood, draping a trash bag over his shoulder, inadvertently alarming Juliette. Panicked, she rushed to the bathroom, succumbing to nausea. I confronted Alexander, accusing him of intentionally trying to scare Juliette. Despite vehement denials, Alexander promised to do his best to make Juliette feel secure, understanding the importance she held for me. When Juliette returned, I dismissed Alexander, Ariana, and Vlad. I wanted to have her alone for a while. I sat beside her on the plush couch. Her eyes bore into the fireplace, watching flames dance. Curiosity still lingering, she dared to ask, "How does it feel to torture someone?" My response cut through the air, chilling in its honesty. "It feels euphoric." Juliette looked at me with wide orbs, an unreadable expression etched on her face. The first time I killed, I fell in love with the feeling of a blade slicing through flesh. I felt empowered by the pleading of the victim, and I find intrigue in the hobby of seeing how much the human body can physically take, I added, a wicked smile growing across my face as I thought about my past victories. The weight of my words hung heavy, casting a shadow over the fragile relationship that began to blossom.
Chapter 9. Angelo's POV. I awoke at 8, the gentle beams of sunlight framing Juliette in peaceful slumber. Her features, delicate and serene, stirred something within me. As I observed her, a silent prayer formed in my mind, hoping that after today's confrontation with Nikolai, I'd return to the haven of her beauty. I never had someone to come home to. I always had something but never someone, but I couldn't risk leaving her with more of a heartbreaking, tragic life than she was already dealt. Careful not to disturb her, I slipped out of bed, preparing for the day ahead. I dressed in a black Armani suit with appropriately matching dress shoes, accompanied by a silver Rolex watch around my right wrist. My fingers adorned rings that belonged to past powerful figures before me. My necklaces a testament to God himself. I stepped through a mist of high-end cologne that enveloped me in a lavish scent. My private thoughts were filled with the weight of responsibility and the anticipation of a decisive moment. I allowed Juliette to linger in peaceful sleep, hoping it would shield her from the shadows encroaching on our lives. When she finally awoke, there was an adorable weariness about her, as she yawned like a small rabbit awakening, clothed in light material, leaving little to the imagination. Finding me at the breakfast table, she joined me. I instructed my chef to prepare her favorite strawberry and chocolate chip waffles, wanting to start her day off joyously. A heavy silence hung between us. Juliette broke it. "When will I have to stop living in fear?" Juliette pushed around her food with a fork, the metal scraping against the plate. "We've acquired Nikolai's location, Juliette. The rest is very simple, and the plan will be implemented tonight. You will no longer have to worry, my dear. We can begin our life now as one," I assured her, but there seemed to be something lingering beneath the surface that pulled at her to continue her worries. "You know, Igor was Nikolai's brother," I added, humorously chuckling at Igor's feeble attempt to appeal to brotherhood in me. "When will the killing stop, Angelo?" Juliette rolled her eyes, unamused by my anecdote. I sighed. As the question prompted even more questions than answers, the answer itself wasn't so simple. The killing could never stop. I intended my sigh to end the conversation, hoping she would understand. After the meal, I presented Juliette with a white shopping bag with a few items inside, something that took my innermost fantasies and turned into them real ones. I directed her to go change, and once she came back, she presented herself with a frown. "Angelo, you have got to be kidding me." She gave a sarcastic twirl around, the skirt gently flowing in the wind of it all. I placed a finger on my chin, and a wicked smile spread my lips. "You aren't going to be my good girl?" I instigated her. "No, I'm not." Juliette scrunched her nose and crossed her arms over her chest, her bosom begging to jump out at me. The thigh-high boots complemented her slender legs perfectly, and the length of the skirt left just enough to be desired, the complete schoolgirl fantasy at my fingertips. "Then you'll be punished." I swiftly grabbed her hips and bent her waist over my lap. She grabbed onto my pant leg, giggling. "Angelo," she squealed, as I smacked her ass repeatedly for her naughty behavior. "OWW," she whined. "Then be good, huh, baby girl?" I flipped her right side up on my lap, and she nestled her face into my neck. "I'll be good," she giggled. The weight of going against another formidable mob boss pressed on my consciousness. I slowly slipped my head out of one of my necklaces and latched it around her small neck. Her tiny and delicate fingers held onto the cross pendant that hung. "You don't think you'll come back?" Juliette tried her best to hide the sadness wavering in her voice. I cleared my throat, and with a heavy heart I made her a promise. "I have to go now. I will always come back to you." I relinquished her into the care of Xander and Alexander, so she would be kept safe from any harm, and I provided temporary sanctuary to her friend Ariana as well. I couldn't keep my eyes off her. As she reunited with her friend, I made my long walk to the panic room to meet Vlad, looking back as often as I could till she was out of sight entirely. Within the secure underground walls of the panic room, Vlad and I strategized. I suggested a method to track Nikolai from his home, run him off the road on the highway, and execute the confrontation right there. Vlad, his eyes calculating, questioned, "Are we certain this is the best approach?" I nodded, my gaze focused. "It's the element of surprise. We catch him off guard, and there's no room for escape." "But what if he has more men with him?" "We can't underestimate Nikolai," Vlad cautioned. I acknowledged the concern. "That's why we need to be swift and precise. No room for errors." As we continued refining the plan, the tension in the room heightened, mirroring the ominous clouds gathering outside. Each word spoken added weight to the impending darkness that awaited us. Juliette's POV. The hands of time moved slowly in the mansion's dimly lit room. Angelo's promised return time came and went. I held onto the cross that hung loosely around my neck, a precious piece of metal that Angelo would don every day. Ariana and I were left in the care of Alexander and Xander. Anxiety clawed at me as the night deepened, the heaviness of worry settling in the air. I pestered Alexander with questions about Angelo, a surprising source of solace. His usually harsh demeanor softened as he assured me, "Angelo is a force to be reckoned with. He'll be back, little dancer." Ariana, her eyes heavy with concern, shared her fears about Vlad. Tears escaped, and she whispered, "What if I never get to tell him how I feel?" As her sadness echoed through the room, my own tears joined hers. The weight of uncertainty pressed on us until, unexpectedly, the door swung open, revealing Angelo at first, and then Vlad loyally behind him, both looking like they had been through the ringer. I covered my eyes, sobbing, as he approached. His voice, filled with both relief and weariness, reassured me, "It's me, Juliette." His presence was a balm, yet when he emerged from the shadows, blood adorned his clothes and cuts decorated his skin. Worry seized me, and I asked, "Are you okay?" Angelo, carrying the weight of the night, replied, "Just a car accident. I'm fine. Nikolai is dead." He lifted me into his arms and carried me upstairs into the master bathroom. Carefully undressing him, I discovered cuts from broken glass and fragments of metal. He remained completely stoic as I removed each shard with cautious fingers, kissing the wound near his eye before gently patching it up. I began undressing slowly for him. He watched me intensely as if we were back at the club and I was putting on a show just for him. He turned the water on, the mirror slowly fogging up, our naked reflections blurring from the steam. As we stepped into the shower together, the warm water became a soothing balm, washing away the remnants of a challenging night. In the quiet intimacy of the shower, our connection went beyond the external wounds. The healing drips of water mirrored the silent reassurances we offered each other. The scars, both visible and invisible, became symbols of endurance and shared vulnerability, forming a bond that promised solace and strength against the inevitable that would try to rip away one from the other. In the sanctuary of the shower, Angelo stood behind me, our bodies enveloped in the warm cascade of water. With a tenderness that transcended sexual, he reached for the bottle of shampoo and poured a small amount into his hands. His strong fingers gently massaged the shampoo into my hair, creating a lather that carried the soothing scent of the shower gel. As he worked through the long blonde strands, the intimate act became a silent expression of care and connection. In the warmth of the shower, as Angelo gently washed my hair, I felt an unexpected tenderness enveloping me. The rhythmic motion of his hands became a silent symphony of care, and I marveled at how loved and cherished I felt in that simple act. The age gap that once seemed daunting faded into insignificance, replaced by the comfort of the connection it allowed us to form. As we moved to the bed, the sheets a haven of softness, Angelo held me in his arms. His words, "I love you," echoed throughout the room, a declaration that resonated with the unspoken emotions between us. I knew he loved me, even in the aggressive circumstances that brought us together, but hearing those words directly from him brought a new layer of warmth to my heart. As we lay together, I whispered, "I know, Angelo," acknowledging the depth of his feelings that surpassed the complexities of our situation. In the quiet moments before sleep claimed us, I reflected on the unexpected journey that had led me to a place of love and acceptance. Wrapped in Angelo's arms, I embraced the solace of his love. "You filled a void I never knew I had," I whispered into the dark room.
Chapter 10. Juliette's Pov. As I stood before Angelo urging my plea for freedom, a profound sense of relief washed over me. "Angelo, you don't understand. Since entering your world for the first time, I can feel safe. Nikolai is gone, and the fear of being taken away does not constantly haunt me." His piercing gaze softened for a moment, caught in the reflection of my newfound liberation. "Now we can begin." His powerful hand met mine with delicacy and tenderness as his fingers intertwined with my fingers. As free as I felt from death, I still felt as though I was alive but not living, at least not for myself. I was to remain here within the grounds of the mansion, kept and proud. I longed for bits and pieces of the life I once had, a taste of independence. I took a deep breath, shaking my fingers out of his hand, summoning the courage to voice my desires. "Angelo," I began, uneasy to look him in the eye as I knew how this would end for me. "I can't continue to be your prisoner." My tone was firm, but inside I was shaking like a leaf in the wind. His eyes flickered with a dangerous intensity, but I pressed on. "I want to work at the club again. I'm not in danger anymore," I pointed out to him. His reaction was explosive. He raged, his words dripping with jealousy and possessiveness. "You'll never dance at the fucking club ever again like some common harlot," he shouted, his face inches away from mine. I scoffed, remembering men like him could smell fear. A defiant smile played on my lips. "Harlot? Really, Angelo? We're not in the 1800s anymore." Our heated argument reached an impasse and Angelo stormed downstairs, presumably seeking solace in either cocaine or vodka. I knew Vlad was patrolling the long halls downstairs, so he'd probably drag him along with him. I decided to seize the opportunity, playing my cards strategically. I slipped into a blood-red dress that clung to me like a lover's embrace, a subtle play of fabric highlighting my every curve. My long blonde hair cascaded in loose curls around my shoulders, where around my neck Angelo's golden cross necklace lay, a testament to everything we had been through in a few short months. I looked at my reflection in the mirror, my lips forming a pout as I added the finishing touches to my sultry dark makeup. Tonight, I was on a mission to reclaim my independence, to dance under the lights at Aphrodite once again. I approached Angelo and Vlad with a confidence I hadn't felt before. Maybe it was the dress, maybe it was the makeup. Angelo's eyes widened in admiration, and even Vlad, the stoic enforcer, seemed momentarily captivated. "Angelo, can we talk?" I purred, motioning for Vlad to excuse himself. Vlad's eyes flickered between Angelo and I, a subtle clearing of his throat breaking the charged atmosphere. "Oh yes." Vlad looked at the flashy jewel-encrusted watch on his wrist, a wry smile playing on his lips. "I do have somewhere I'd rather be," he added, excusing himself hastily. Angelo, with a hint of offense, questioned, "Where are you going?" Vlad cleared his throat again, a well-practiced gesture that could have concealed a smirk. "I'm off to check on Ariana," he declared, his tone almost nonchalant. As he left, Angelo and I exchanged knowing glances, both acknowledging the unfolding dynamics between Ariana and Vlad. Angelo slammed down yet another vodka shot. I could tell he was feeling the effects of the alcohol now, if only slightly. He had a rare smile on his face, even if it was small and close-lipped. He brushed his fingers through his perfectly gelled hair, messing up the strands just a bit before they fell back into perfect placement. His eyes were swimming pools of lust and desire, swirling as they bore into my body, undressing me with his eyes. "So what is it that you wanted to talk to me about, Angel?" Angelo leaned in, closing the small gap between us. I lost my footing in my high heels, stumbling backwards against the cold wooden wall. Angelo walked forward, slowly approaching me like he was hunting me, but he didn't want to scare me off, so he was cautious. I regained my confidence quickly in seeing how affected he was by me. As he neared my body, I was the one to close the space, my hands pressing against his pectoral muscles, slowly dragged down his chiseled stomach, unbuttoning each button as I went along till I could rip his shirt open, discarding it on the ground. Angelo chuckled at my attempt to be the dominant one in the relationship we had, but still, his curiosity allowed me to continue. "I'm going to do the talking, and you're going to do the listening, okay?" I looked up at him as I slowly assumed a submissive position on my knees, my eyes wide with desire playing into his orbs full of impatience, as my hands fumbled with the buckle to the belt wrapped around his black dress pants. I felt empowered in this moment, as I took control of my wants and needs, and used my sexuality to gain my desires. I was in control in this moment of a powerful, dangerous man, and it brought warmth to my core. I shoved his pants down with an aggressive pull, taking with them his satin boxers, revealing his hard, lengthy member, pre-cum dripping off the tip. Angelo grabbed the back of my head tightly, his fingers gripping my curls, taking back the control I once had for a fleeting moment. Angelo was the dominant, and I was the submissive, and he wouldn't ever let me forget that. We made eye contact, a silence full of tension for a few minutes. I licked my lower lip, hungry to taste him. "You intoxicate me more than vodka," Angelo growled out before pressing the tip of his cock to my lips, silencing me from saying a single word. My lips instinctively spread open, inviting him in, slowly at first. The salty taste of pre-cum hit my taste buds as he pushed his length, filling my mouth. Feeling the wet, tight flesh of my throat, I focused on the tip, sucking softly, gently drawing small circles around and around with my tongue. His breathing became shorter and sharper with each swipe of my tongue. I watched every muscle flex in his body as he grabbed for strands of hair to pull, drawing me into him, taking his full length in and out with the rhythm of his hips thrusting. I felt him throb against the roof of my mouth, begging to reach to depths of my throat. "Fuck oh. Juliette," he groaned, moans slipping out of his mouth as if keeping them in would have caused him to explode into me right there. Angelo, taking command, held the back of my head with force, taking charge of the pace, my vision blurry as tears streamed down my face and I gasped for oxygen. I grabbed at his muscular thighs, needing something to hold on to, as he fucked my throat to completion. A warm, sweet, and salty liquid erupted against the roof of my mouth, followed by Angelo's loud grunt and exhausted breathing. I titled my head up to look him in the eyes as I swallowed his load, licking my lips as I finished. "Such a good little fucking whore," he hissed out, a devious smile plastered across his face. He looked down at me. I was still kneeling on the floor in the same position I was in when I took him. I caught a slight glimpse in a large mirror across the room at my face. Mascara ran down my cheeks and my lipstick was down my chin. I rubbed the sides of my neck gingerly from the impact. Angelo leaned down to be level with me, and he caressed my face tenderly, and with the softest tone he spoke to me. "You've never looked more beautiful to me," he chuckled, extending his hand to me to help me on my feet. As I carefully wiped away the smeared remnants of makeup, my mind echoes with the aftermath of the lusty encounter with Angelo. The air crackled with a mix of desire and dominance, leaving me both exhilarated and uncertain. I couldn't help but replay the intense moments, each lingering touch etched into my memory. My phone buzzed again and again, and Ariana's name lit up the screen. Answering, I could sense the mixed emotions in her voice. "Vlad asked me to dinner," she revealed, but she didn't sound happy. "I thought you wanted that to happen?" I was confused. Just earlier she seemed to like him. "It's just with everything going on with you and Angelo, I don't know if the right life for me." Ariana trailed off, trying not to offend me with her words. If he makes you happy, and you want to be with him, you should be with him. Everyone is going to die one day. Die happy, I reminded her. I suppose. Anyways, I'm on my way to Aphrodite. I'll talk to you later, Ariana muttered into the phone. She seemed like her mind was elsewhere. I'm going to Aphrodite too. I have a solo tonight, I smiled into my end of the call. Oh boy, the girls are going to love that one. Angelo gave you the big Friday night solo. Ariana reminded me of the hatred the other dancers at the club had for me since being involved with Angelo. I'm not worried about the other girls. I'm there for me, I nodded confidently. Well, I got your back if anything. You know that. I can come to pick you up if you're not going to show up in the blacked out SUVs. She giggled. No, I want to go with you. I'll be ready in 10, love you. I turned around, feeling the presence of someone standing behind me. In my bedroom doorway stood Angelo, waiting patiently to talk to me. Bye, Ariana dragged out playfully in a high-pitched voice. The moment Ariana's voice faded on the phone, Angelo unleashed a storm of words, demanding control over my decisions once again. The heated exchange escalated, each word a clash of wills. You can't go with Ariana. Don't be an idiot, Juliette. It is safer to go with me, and you know it, Angelo bellowed, his eyes flashing with a dangerous intensity. A defiant scream escaped my lips. You're not the boss of me. Maybe you're the boss of everyone else, but you're not the boss of me. The room hung heavy with silence, the air charged with fear. Angelo, fueled by a possessive rage, closed the distance between us, forcing me to meet his intense gaze. He grabbed me by the throat, his firm grip tightening, and his words seared into the stillness. You belong to me. At that moment, uncertainty gripped me, and the lines between fear and desire blurred. A sudden beep outside shattered the tension. Ariana had arrived to pick me up. Angelo wouldn't let me out of his grasp. In fact, he tightened, further restricting my airflow. Our eyes locked together. I had never been so scared in my life, not even when Nikolai was hunting me. I didn't know if he would let go. I struggled with his grip, pushing his chest away from me, and something changed in his eyes. He exhaled deeply, and let me out of his grasp, and I gasped for air, looking at him sharply. He wouldn't meet my gaze. I had never seen him so cowardly. I darted out of the mansion, Angelo's voice trailing after me. Wait, Juliette. His hurried footsteps were no match for mine. The car door closed behind me, and I left the mansion, the echoes of our clash and the lingering feeling of being choked in such rage weighing heavily on my shoulders. The choice between safety and independence became even more poignant as the car pulled away, leaving Angelo standing alone in the shadow of the imposing mansion. As Ariana and I rode to Aphrodite, I couldn't help but keep my fingers from tapping at my knee. An anxious twitch. Is everything okay? Ariana glanced over at me for a second before resuming her eyes on the wheel. Angelo and I had a fight, and then he choked me, I revealed. Fuck, Juliette, are you okay? Ariana looked me up and down, concern etched in her face. I'm fine, I snapped. The rest of the car ride was quiet. Ariana could tell I didn't want to talk about the incident. She played quiet music, and we hit almost every red light. Arriving at Aphrodite, the neon lights were glamorous, and I was glad to be back. We entered through the back and headed to the dressing room. Emily, one of the girls who had tried to ridicule me before, extended an apology. Look, Juliette, we're all in this together. Sorry for how we treated you before. Her voice was sincere. I was skeptical, but I wanted to focus on my performance and accepted the olive branch. Transforming myself into the exaggerated image of a bimbo, I emerged with a newfound confidence fueled by sensuality and allure. As I walked toward the stage, the patrons at Aphrodite whistled and called out provocatively. Backstage, I encountered Xander, a towering figure with an array of tattoos. Hello, little dancer girl. Ready for your moment? He spoke with a thick accent. I giggled at the way he spoke. He shook his head at me. Yes, I am. When do I get to start? I inquired excitedly, trying to see the clipboard he held in his hands. 15 minutes, Xander smirked. Restless, I wandered around the area. I had only been backstage a few times. Finding nothing of interest, I leaned against the exit door at the back of the room, thoughts swirling. Boredom settled in until an unexpected knocking disrupted the monotonous atmosphere. Knock, knock. Intrigued and cautious, I cracked open the door. I looked out into the distance, left to right, up and down. There was nothing to see here. Just as I turned to close the door, I heard something. It sounded like Juliette. Did someone say my name? I called out, peering from the doorway. There was no reply. It was like I was talking to the air. I stepped out a bit further to look around. Juliette, over here, they spoke again. I was sure it came from the left. So I turned left down the alley, and I walked with caution in my steps. A shiver ran down my spine, but a flicker of curiosity overpowered my unease. As I approached the secluded corner, a figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a hooded jacket that concealed their identity. Who are you? What do you want? I stumbled backward over bits of cardboard and trash on the ground, as I attempted to make my escape. Before I could rise up from the ground, a cloth was pressed against my mouth, and the world blurred into a disorienting haze. Panic set in as I realized the gravity of the situation. A muffled struggle escaped my lips as consciousness slipped away.
Chapter 11. Angelo's POV. ISAT in my office, comfortability in the lap of luxury, my private space. The dim glow of ambient lights accentuated my critical thoughts. Juliette's return to the stage at Aphrodite, a place teeming with desire and vice, occupied my mind. Cocaine lined up before me, a transient escape from the complexities of my reality. As I indulged, Vlad entered the scene. Vlad, swept up by the intoxicating haze, broached the topic of relationships beyond our clandestine world, speaking of his with Ariana and its worth. The effects of the substance permeated our senses, and in the midst of altered perceptions, I posed a question that cut through the fog: would you die for her? A weighted silence hung between us, a tacit acknowledgement of the gravity inherent in such a commitment. In unison, we stepped into the night, the city's pulse vibrating around us. Vlad took the wheel, navigating the labyrinth of streets as we discussed the pressing matter at hand. The elusive accomplice to my father's murder. Our discussion circled to Alexander's recent transformation, and his hesitance to fully engage in our endeavors. Frustration surged within me, suspicion clouding my perception of my brother's recent behavior. Vlad's agreement carried an unspoken understanding, intensifying the brewing unease. The blackened Mercedes glided through the city's neon-lit arteries. Approaching Aphrodite, the epicenter of our underground operations, I braced myself for the challenges ahead. I wanted nothing more than to have my way with Juliette. My possessive instincts erupted within me like an untamed tempest. The thought of her captivating an audience, of her essence being shared beyond the confines of my control, clawed at the very fabric of my assertion. A volatile cocktail of jealousy and desire coursed through my veins, leading me to a wave of emotional turmoil. I'd keep her in a cage if I could, I thought to myself with a twisted chuckle. As we neared the club, the hunt for the elusive accomplice intensified, and an air of disquiet clung to us like a shadow. Through the neon-lit arched entrance, the city's pulsating beats resonating with our heightened heartbeats, I steeled myself for what lay ahead. The hunt for answers, entwined with the tumultuous dance of power, desire, and danger, awaited us within the confines of Aphrodite. The bright lights cast an otherworldly glow, cutting through the shadows as Vlad and I walked through the dimly lit interior as if we were floating. The energetic beats of the music reverberate through the air, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. Despite my initial urge to search for Juliette, Alexander intercepted me with a firm grip on the forearm, guiding me away from the stage and into the opulent meeting area upstairs. "That girl is always interfering with our business," Alexander grumbled under his breath, as I looked back at the dark stage that awaited Jules. I refocused on the task at hand. Looking at my watch, I realized I had plenty of time before she would take the floor. Maybe she did distract me a little bit. The lounge exuded luxury, adorned with plush furnishings and low-hanging UV lights that accentuated the dancers' movements below. Expensive bottles of liquor glimmered on the table, offering a stark contrast to the dim surroundings. And in the corner, a stripper pole, I sighed to myself, knowing she'd never succumb to my desires as a prisoner. As Xander, Alexander, Vlad, and I convened, the weight of our shared history and the quest for closure hung heavy in the air. My life was a never-ending conveyor belt of shit. Once you put one fatal problem to rest, another still hung in the balance. This gathering was a crucial step in entangling the web of nightmares that have haunted me since my father's demise. However, Alexander disrupted the gravity. Who's to say there really is another ghost partner? Alexander suggested to the room that I was delusional. Voices murmured amongst my highest-ranking men. I was boiling over with rage at the thought of my own brother going against me, and on such matters as our father's murder. My brother continued to advocate for closure on the matter, while I sat there frozen, my eyebrow twitching. Finally, my anger surged, and I lashed out at Alexander, questioning not only his loyalty to the Mafia but to our family. Tensions escalated as we speculated the identity of the elusive accomplice. Nikolai's cryptic warning about snakes in your garden echoed in my mind, amplifying my suspicion of betrayal within our ranks. Amid the heated discussion, I was trapped in my own mind. I looked at each face that sat before me, men that I had known for my whole life, men that fought beside me and for me, men that I would die for. How could I have been so blind, not to see the evil right in front of me? Abruptly, I excused myself, seeking solace in the familiar beats of Juliette's enchanting movements. Shouts from my men followed me as I descended into the chaotic club floor, determined to find clarity amid the swirling betrayals that enveloped me. In the dimly lit confines of the dance floor, minutes stretched like hours, and impatience clawed at my composure. Glancing at my watch, the time ticked past Juliette's scheduled performance, and an unspoken tension of suspense blanketed the club. The decision to embark on a search for Juliette became an inevitable compulsion. Navigating the hallway to the stripper's dressing room, I passed by a sea of flirtatious dancers, their suggestive glances doing little to distract me, much to their displeasure. Ignoring their advances, I pressed forward with an urgency fueled by the need to locate Juliette, an unsettling and overwhelming feeling washing over me. I peered my head in the dressing room, giving it a thorough scan, and shouting her name twice over before finding myself out of luck. On the club floor, I spotted Ariana. I walked to her with intention in my stride. My grip tightened around her arm as I pulled her away from a client. "Where is Juliette?" I demanded. Ariana cowered, twisting in my grasp. I witnessed genuine fear in her eyes. "I don't know. I saw her backstage." I tossed her arm aside like rubbish and briskly jogged toward the stage, pushing away anyone that dared to block my path. As I pushed open the door, I felt the tension escalate. The sounds from the club floor faded into the background as my singular focus propelled me forward. The stage coordinator, usually the orchestrator of seamless performances, mirrored my bewilderment. He hadn't the slightest clue where Juliette went. "Here 1 minute and gone the next," he said, pointing over to the exit door in the corner of the room. Deviation from the routine set off a series of alarms in my brain. Each step resonated with an escalating sense of urgency. Beyond the exit door, the anticipation was palpable. The dim glow of the neon lights painted an eerie scene in the back alley. My eyes darted across the asphalt, searching desperately for any sign of her. Amidst the shadows, I discovered a shred of delicate pink lace, remnants of Juliette's performance outfit. Clutched in my trembling hand, the fabric whispered tales of the vibrant, enticing dance she was meant to grace the stage with. The realization that something had gone horribly wrong tightened its grip on my chest. As I continued my frantic search, still a sliver of hope residing in me, a glint on the ground caught my eye. Stooping down, I picked up a broken acrylic nail. The shattered remnants mirrored the shattered hope in my heart. The vivid imagery of her meticulously maintained manicure set clashed with the harsh reality of its broken fragment. In the echoing alley, I called out for Juliette, my voice cutting through the night like a desperate plea. Vlad emerged from behind me, drawn by my shouting. She's gone. Somebody was here. Somebody took her. I roared, the pink fabric between my fingers. I conveyed my fears to him, and a shared understanding etched a grim acknowledgement on our faces. As dread tightened its grip, my phone suddenly began to ring like a bad omen. The words "unknown caller" light up the screen in big white text. I slide my index finger across the screen and quickly press the phone to my ear. Where the fuck is she? Who is this? I could barely get the words out. The voice on the other end was distorted, the sounds muffled, creating an unsettling dissonance. Through the static and voice manipulation, an address emerged. I swallowed the tone of fear. I want to talk to her. I want to hear her voice, I insisted. I needed assurance she was alive. The line went dead quiet for a moment, and then a chilling, unfamiliar scream pierced my ears, and the connection was abruptly cut off before I could get another word in. Juliette's POV. I awoke to a harsh reality, the scratchy fabric of my solo outfit clinging uncomfortably to my skin. The cold, unyielding embrace of the cement floor beneath me sent shivers through my body. The dim light from a flickering lamp cast long shadows, creating a desolate atmosphere. Dizziness and fatigue lingered, remnants of the drug that had left me disoriented. As I gathered my senses, memories of the dark alley behind Aphrodite flooded my mind. The masked assailant, the unsettling darkness, and the inevitable descent into this chilling basement. The wooden door, the only barrier between me and the unknown, drew my attention. I approached it cautiously, peering through a small crack. Unfamiliar men, engaged in a conversation, spoke in the rhythmic cadence of Russian. Fragments of words like Nikolai and Angelo Volkov fueled my anxiety, and the pieces of the puzzle started falling into place. Desperation clawed at me as I banged on the door, my pleas for help echoing throughout the barren space. I fought to conceal the fear welling up inside, determined not to show weakness. Yet my cries were met with indifference. The men outside, though blatantly hearing me, continued to immerse themselves in conversation. As panic took hold, I curled into a ball, knees drawn to my chest. The weight of impending doom pressed down upon me, and the chilling realization that Angelo might not rescue me this time unleashed a torrent of tears. The cold shadows seemed to close in, and hope slipped through my fingers like sand. In the cold confines of the basement, determination replaced despair within me. Wiping away my own tears, I focused on what Angelo Volkov would do in such dire circumstances. I surveyed the room, my eyes settled on the chair, an improvised tool that could defy my captivity. Lifting the chair with newfound resolve, I swung it at the door, channeling every ounce of strength. The impact reverberated through the room, the door resisting my attempt to break free. As frustration surged, a distant noise suggested that my actions had drawn the attention of one of the guards. The door creaked open, revealing a towering figure with coarse rope in hand. Unyielding, I charged forward, but his imposing stature blocked my escape. Swiftly, he overpowered me, binding my hands together behind my back. His gruff voice warned in a thick accent, "Sit and wait for Maxim." "Who is Maxim?" I stammered, my lower lip quivering. The man did not answer me. He silently turned around and slowly headed for the door. Explosive with anxiety, I blurted out, "If you kill me, Angelo will find you, all of you, and he'll kill you." "You know he will." I attempted to instill fear with the relentless vengeance Angelo would unleash. The guard stopped in his tracks and chuckled, dismissing my threat, and approached me with an unsettling sneer. "You think this is about you? Idiotic American women, always so selfish," he spat, the words hanging in the air like a menacing promise. Bound and helpless, fear gripped me, uncertainty about what he might do next haunting my every thought. As the guard loomed over me, his oppressive presence cast a suffocating shadow. I could feel fear tightening its grip on my chest. The cold, hard floor beneath me only heightened the sense of vulnerability. I braced myself for the impending threat. In that tense moment, a sudden shift occurred as a younger man, presumably in his mid to late 20s, emerged from the concealed recesses of the room. The guard referred to him as Maxim, the orchestrator of this sinister spectacle. Maxim issued a stern command to the guard in a foreign language, abruptly putting an end to the torment. The guard, now dismissed, left the room, leaving me alone with this enigmatic and foreboding figure. Maxim, his presence exuding an unsettlingly familiar aura, signaled for my silence. His introduction sent shivers down my spine as he revealed himself to be Nikolai's son. The weight of his words hung ominously in the air, leaving me in a state of uneasy uncertainty as the knowledge Nikolai had a daughter was known, and she was dead. The knowledge of a son was the unknown. "Do you know what that means for you?" he inquired, his tone laced with a menacing edge. Unable to fathom the implications of his question, I could only shake my head, my eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and fear. A disturbing shift occurred as Maxim's gaze descended upon my exposed cleavage. Reacting on sheer instinct and the desperate need to defend myself, I attempted to kick him. His response, devoid of any emotion, sent a chill through the room. "You will be sorry once you feel the heartache that I have felt," he declared. In a macabre display, he produced a knife, dragging it across my breast, a sharp sting accompanying the small cut. The strap of my top fell victim to his merciless slash, a triumphant smile at my vulnerability etched on his face. The room plunged into an abyss of darkness as Maxim callously shattered the lone source of light, the small metal lamp. In an instant, I found myself enveloped in an inky black void, my hands still bound, the wooden door closing with a final echoing thud. Left alone in the suffocating silence, I grappled with a visceral mixture of terror, violation, and the looming uncertainty of what awaited me next, tears welling in my eyes. Lying on the cold, unforgiving floor, I felt the weight of fear and sorrow press against my chest. Tears mingle with the sting of the cut Maxim inflicted on me, the pain a haunting reminder of my vulnerability. The room was engulfed in darkness, the echoes of my sobs reverberating endlessly. Suddenly, the eerie silence was shattered by the thunderous eruption of gunshots and the chaotic sounds of a violent struggle. Desperation coursed through me as I rushed to the crack in the door, glimpsing the threatening dance of shadows beyond. Fear gripped me, and I retreated to the corner of my cell, attempting to gnaw at the tight restraints binding my wrists with a desperate determination. Amidst the turmoil, the wooden door creaked open. My heart pounded with fear and anticipation at who was behind it. The dim light revealed an unexpected figure. A surge of terror coursed through me as I recognized Angelo, his face marked by cuts and streaks of blood. He, lighter in hand, rushed to my side, his gentle fingers touching my face, concern carved in every line of his features. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice laced with genuine worry, but the familiarity and the warmth already was slowly putting me more and more at ease. Overwhelmed and unable to find words, I remained silent as Angelo took out a small switchblade, skillfully cutting me free from my restraints. Embracing me with a tenderness that felt like a lifeline, he provided me with a comforting sanctuary. "Did they hurt you?" he insisted, his eyes catching the wound across my breast. Traumatized and still caught in the aftermath of my harrowing ordeal, I wrapped my arms around his neck, seeking solace in the tendrils of his love. Sobbing into the refuge of Angelo's neck, I clung to him as if he were my anchor in the storm of chaos that surrounded us. His touch was a balm, rubbing circles on my back, grounding me in the present. The fading echoes of the gunfight became a distant backdrop to our shared vulnerability. "I know," Angelo's whispered words sought to console me amid the torrent of tears and shuddering breaths. His gentle encouragement for calmness permeated the darkness that enveloped us. "I need you to do something for me, Angel," he murmured, a low tone carrying urgency and a plea for cooperation. I nodded slowly, attempting to regain some semblance of composure. Angelo wiped away the tear-streaked evidence of my fear, his touch a light in the darkness. "Put your hands behind your back," he instructed, handing me a broken piece of wood from the chair I had used as a diversion. He outlined a plan: surprise Maxim, strike him over the head when he entered the room, and then Angelo would take care of the rest. My hesitant protests were met with Angelo's reassurance that everything would be fine. A tender kiss on my cheek preceded his swift departure toward the door, leaving me alone in the shadows. "Don't leave me," I pleaded frantically as he vanished from sight. Angelo glanced back, offering a reassuring smile before disappearing into the unknown. Alone in the oppressive darkness, I clutched the makeshift weapon behind my back, maintaining the guise of a helpless victim awaiting Maxim's vengeful presence. The door creaked open, and as Maxim stormed into the cell, I seized the moment, rising from the floor and striking him over the head with the wooden piece. Simultaneously, Angelo approached from behind, covering Maxim's face with the same rag that had been used on me. As Maxim succumbed to unconsciousness, Angelo began the task of dragging his limp body away by the shoulders. Chapter 12. Angelo's Pov. As the car slices through the nocturnal cityscape, my eyes lock on Juliette. Her head rests gently in my lap, and the fleeting glow of passing streetlights illuminate the contours of her face. Strands of her blonde hair spilled over closed eyes, and a surge of protectiveness rose within me. I reached for my jacket, tenderly wrapping her in its warmth to shield her from the chilly remnants of this evening. My fingers gently traced Juliette's hair, offering a silent comfort as she rested in the makeshift cocoon of my jacket. Vlad's insistence broke the silence, probing about the certainty of our eradication of the threat. I nodded, affirming that the building, now consumed by flames, holds the remains of those against us. Juliette stirred in her sleep, her subconscious murmurs a testament to the lingering turmoil. I held her closer to me, in response to her fragile state. I needed her just as much as she needed me, and she had no idea. "And what will we do with Maxim?" Vlad persisted. "You didn't kill him on sight like I thought you would," he added. Vlad's interrogation tapped into the growing undercurrent of paranoia that coursed through my veins. The recent events, the betrayal lurking within my trusted circle, all conspired to fray the edges of my sanity. Juliette rested in oblivious slumber, her tranquility starkly contrasting with the disturbance within. The question about Maxim, the orchestrator of Juliette's torment, triggered a surge of suspicion. My jaw tightened as I grappled with the unsettling possibility that someone I considered family had been a puppet master in Nikolai's twisted game. The gun in my fingertips became an extension of my unrest, its cool metal an anchor in the storm of doubt. As Vlad pressed for answers, my fingers clenched around the gun. The cold touch of the weapon mirrored the chilling realization that trust, once unwavering, is now a fragile thread threatening to snap. The city's shadows dance, mirroring the tangled thoughts in my mind. I pointed threateningly at Vlad's temple. The car swerved. "What are you doing?" Vlad, shocked by my actions, finally regained control. "Somebody in my Mafia has betrayed me. They've been helping Nikolai this whole time, Maxim included." I removed the safety. "You know me, Angelo. I would never do such a thing. Please, let's talk to Maxim together," Vlad pleaded his innocence to me. My mind grappled with the magnitude of distrust that has infiltrated my world. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I relent, lowering the gun. The tension in the car is palpable, a manifestation of the cracks forming within the foundations of trust. After some silence, I finally broke it, trusting in my longtime friend. "We'll talk to Maxim together," I nodded in agreement. We arrived at the mansion, and one thing was on both Vlad's and my mind: Maxim. He was being held in the basement, where I kept a few prisoners from time to time. It was quiet down there. As I carried Juliette through the dimly lit corridors of my mansion, the soft glow of the ambient lights played upon her delicate features. In that moment, vulnerability and strength intertwined in the graceful contours of her face. Her tousled hair, kissed by the flickering shadows, framed a countenance that radiates both fragility and resilience. Gently I placed her in my bed, along with a linen shirt and a pair of my boxers' impromptu garments. There was an ethereal beauty in her disheveled state, a poignant juxtaposition to the hardships she's endured. My eyes linger on the cut, a cruel memento of Maxim's brutality against Juliette. I felt an earth-shattering anger build up in me, at the image in my mind, at the thoughts he had of her. I swallowed them away, as she didn't need another outburst of violence. As I helped her into my clothing, there was an unspoken commitment in each gesture, a vow to shelter her from any further harm. The fabric becomes a shield, concealing the aftermath of Maxim. Juliette's sad look speaks volumes, and as my finger traces the line of the inflicted cut, rage mixes with protectiveness. I quietly allow the rage to simmer beneath a reassuring smile. Dressed in my clothes, Enveloped in my scent, she pulled me into bed with her by the collar of my shirt, wrapping her arms around my neck. I asked the question that plagued my mind. Did he hurt you? No, just the cut, and he threatened that maybe there'd be more. Tears welled up in her pretty blue eyes. Juliette noticed the way my gaze bore into her chest. The cut. She instinctively buttoned the shirt higher to protect my thoughts. Her question, "What will you do to Maxim?" hangs in the air, laden with the weight of the decisions I must make. The room fell into silence before I responded. "I'll make sure he pays for what the fuck he's done," I said, the promise resolute in my tone. Juliette's eyes quickly changed with a sudden flicker, now full of an eagerness incited by my promise of vengeance. Her hands ran down my chest, resting on the gold buckle of my belt. She looked up at me with desire consuming her gaze. I met her lips slowly, the intensity building as she grabbed at bits of my clothing, tugging and pulling. I obeyed her command, removing my shirt and then my pants. The romance of the kiss turned feral as she dragged my hand to her throat, my fingers clenching around her fragile neck. Her leg wrapped around me, pulling me into her body, my chest pressed against hers, feeling every curve of her body. I released her throat to allow my hands to explore her sensitive areas, teasing her inner thighs. "I want you." Her breathless demand overwhelmed me with a primal urge to tear her clothes off with my bare hands and fill her with ecstasy until she begged for mercy. "Marry me." I toyed with her, my hand slipping between the thin fabric that separated me from her core. Her body magnetized towards in response to my touch, her eyes slipping behind her skull as I flirted with the lips of her pussy. "What?" Juliette stammered, my hand halting, allowing her to formulate an intelligent thought. "Marry me," I said with more insistence in my voice. "Angelo, you're crazy," she laughed, her eyes set on the erection that had grown at the sheer feeling of her skin against mine. I felt the savageness within boil to the surface at her defiance. I instinctively tore the fabric off her body, as if it were paper, leaving her bare for me. I touched her essence, and it was a pool of moisture waiting for me. Without warning, my gaze locked onto hers, and I slid 2 fingers inside her entrance. Juliette gasped, her fingers digging deep into my shoulders. I exhaled heavily, wanting desperately to replace my fingers with something bigger, something I knew would leave her in tears. I leaned close to her, my face against her neck. "Marry me and I'll fuck you till you beg me to stop." I pumped my fingers inside her slowly at first, feeling her juices soak up my hand before finding the right rhythm. I watched her legs squirm and felt her hands desperately grab onto me, her breath heavy and uneven as moans escaped her lips. As I brought her to orgasm, I needed to hear her whimper one thing. "Tell me, who owns you?" I snarled over her naked, shaking body. "Why you always you," she moaned, her voice a symphony of seduction. "Good girl, come for me." I smiled at her like a predator as her body jolted and she screamed, releasing all over my fingers. Interrupting the moment of intimacy, somebody rapped against the door aggressively, with urgency resonating with every bang. "Angelo." Vlad's voice called out for me on the other side of the door. I sighed, looking over at Juliette, who was now red-faced and out of breath. She pulled the lush comforter up over her body, concealing herself. I answered the door, a scowl on my face. I had been clear about being interrupted while I was in the bedroom. "What is so urgent, Vlad?" I opened the door ajar, allowing Juliette privacy to dress herself again. "We need to talk." His tone was serious and it held an air of bad news around it. "More bad news?" Vlad led me away from Juliette. "There's something you should know," he began. He danced around the subject as if he was nervous to tell me. He explained how Alexander had apparently killed Maxim. Shock and disbelief clouded my thoughts, pushing me to rush downstairs to the basement where I expected to find some clarity. The once grim torture chamber now stood eerily clean, devoid of the usual signs of abuse. "Alexander," I called out, my voice echoing through the unsettling silence. Frustration and confusion mounted as I sought answers that seemed to elude me. The hunt for my brother led me outside, where Alexander had just concluded burying something in the garden, something human body-shaped. "You killed Maxim, you went against the family," I accused, my tone a mix of anger and betrayal. Alexander's face remained stoic as he confessed, claiming he had to end it, that Maxim had admitted to being the ghost partner in our father's murder. "What has gotten into you?" I demanded, searching for any semblance of emotion in his gaze. The conversation hung heavy with tension, leaving me with a sense of unease about the true motives driving my brother. "Very well, just clean up your mess," I uttered coldly, unable to fully grasp the implications of my brother's betrayal. The weight of the situation lingered, and I couldn't shake the feeling that the shadows held more secrets than I dared uncover. My heavy steps echoed through the dimly lit halls, each one a somber beat resonating with the weight of newfound revelation. The revelation of my brother's betrayal clawed at me, leaving behind an emptiness that seemed insurmountable. Vlad, my ever-loyal shadow, patrolled outside Juliette's bedroom. The air crackled with tension as I approached, my mind wrestling with the implications of Alexander's actions. "Maybe I shouldn't go to Russia," my voice, laced with uncertainty, hung in the air. The words lingered, a confession of doubt that danced with the shadows. Vlad, his expression stoic, gently prodded me toward the inevitable. "You should be on your way to the airport now, boss," he reminded me of the time. "Like you said, not just any ring will do," he added. I looked at him with concern etched on my face. He returned the look with a nod of understanding. "Alexander and I will take good care of her," he offered reassurance, aware that the burden of trust had grown heavier with recent revelations. The unspoken understanding between us held the weight of an unspoken pact. "You'd better," I replied, a subtle threat threaded through the words. With a final, lingering gaze at Juliette's peaceful body now asleep in the sanctuary of my blankets, I stepped away from my bedroom. The mansion, with its grandeur and secrets, bore witness to my internal struggle. Each step toward the exit felt like a journey into uncertainty, to leave behind the woman I would die for. Juliette's Pav. It was morning. The scent of Angelo enveloped me as I stirred in the cocoon of his bed, clad in his clothes. The fabric clung to me, a silent reminder of his presence. I closed my eyes, and flashes of electricity sparked through my body as I remembered the way he touched me. My stomach turned with mixed feelings of uncertainty and excitement as I thought of our moment together. "Marry me," he said. I rolled out of bed, embarking on a quiet journey through the familiar mansion. Angelo's extravagant world, once shrouded in secrecy, now felt real, like a part of my reality. I found my way to my assigned bedroom, one of the dozens inside the mansion. Dressing in comfortable pink velour track pants and a matching zip-up hoodie, completing the ensemble with oversized fuzzy slippers, my long soft blonde hair was secured loosely into a claw clip, and a few strands fell framing my face. I brushed my eyelashes over with black mascara and ran lip gloss over my pout. I sought out Angelo, driven by curiosity, as he usually was the first to wake up. My steps echoed through the halls as I navigated the vast mansion, the plush slippers muffling the sound. The house seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. I reached Angelo's study, hoping to find him immersed in the enigmatic world of his business affairs. Yet the room stood empty, devoid of his commanding presence. My eyes scanned the meticulous arrangement of papers and the imposing desk, but he was nowhere to be found. A tingle of concern crept into my thoughts as I contemplated his absence. I bumped into Vlad, who was patrolling the halls. "Where is Angelo?" I inquired. Vlad looked at me with an apologetic expression and braced himself. "He had to go to Russia. He didn't want to wake you up. He'll be back in less than 24 hours, Vlad explained to me. "Excuse me?" I retorted, my frustration bubbling to the surface. The news of Angelo's abrupt departure left me feeling unsettled, a mixture of confusion and irritation simmering within. Storming down the hall, I grappled with the conflicting emotions, angered by the idea that Angelo would simply abandon me without a proper explanation or goodbye. The plush surroundings of the mansion seemed to close in on me as I navigated the grandeur, my mind racing with questions left unanswered. I pressed my hands to my face in shock and disbelief. I grabbed hold of the pendant that hung around my neck in an attempt to anchor myself and feel connected to Angelo once again. Paranoia riddled my thoughts as I questioned our intimate moments together. His defiance to have sex with me was unusual, as he was known for all his dalliances. I couldn't help but question, why me? Was there something wrong with me? Why would he just leave like this if there wasn't something wrong with me? Maybe he changed his mind. Maybe I wasn't the girl after all. I found myself in the living room, where Alexander sat watching TV. Silently settling beside him on the couch, we exchanged no words, but I noticed his stolen glances when he thought I wasn't looking. "What are you staring at?" I called him out, catching him off guard. "Nothing, you just look really mad," Alexander chuckled, attempting to divert from the subject. Rolling my eyes, I sighed. "Your brother left me alone again without telling me and went on some Russian adventure," I exhaled, exasperation etched on my face. "My brother is very unpredictable," Alexander offered, though it failed to console me. Recognizing my sadness, he probed further, asking what was truly bothering me. "I don't think he wants me anymore," I admitted, unveiling my vulnerability. "Why do you say that?" Alexander asked, genuinely concerned. As I unzipped my sweater to reveal the cut, it got caught and started to bleed all over again. Talk about reopening a wound. Taking my hand, Alexander led me to the kitchen. Gently placing me on the countertop, he cleaned the cut on my breast, our eyes locking in a shared moment of understanding. Moved by empathy, Alexander offered to call Angelo for me. The phone rang, and Angelo answered with an evident tone of anger. Before Alexander could speak, a woman's voice interrupted in the background, asking about the collar, followed by a musical laugh. Angelo, with an edge to his tone, said, "Hush, I don't want Juliette to hear, it's not a good time," and the line went dead. Alexander looked at me apologetically. As my eyes welled up with tears, I questioned him about the mysterious woman. He revealed that it sounded like it was a woman named Svetlana, somebody Angelo used to be involved with. Overwhelmed, I allowed the tears to stream down my face, and Alexander gently caressed my cheek, our eyes softly meeting, wiping away my tears with the sleeve of his jacket. Slowly his face grew closer to mine. He kissed me, and I reciprocated, full of anger. His hands explored my body as he deepened the kiss. Abruptly, I pulled away. "Stop!" I muttered under my breath before hastily running off to my bedroom, quietly sobbing. The piercing echo of my scream filled the room, drawing Vlad to the doorway in an instant. Gun in hand, his expression revealed immediate concern as he scanned the room for signs of trouble. "What's wrong, Juliette?" "Nothing, Vlad." I shook my head, unwilling to burden him with my tangled emotions. I gestured for him to close the door, and obliged, taking a seat in the chair beside the bed and leaning in. "I need to talk to you about something," Vlad whispered. "What?" I furrowed my brows. "I think Alexander has been lying to Angelo, to me, to all of us," Vlad confided. "What do you mean?" I asked, my interest piqued. "I want to dig up the grave. He supposedly killed Maxim. I don't believe it. I think he's been helping them all along, and Angelo does too. He's just too clouded by their family code," Vlad revealed his suspicions. "Why are you telling me all this?" My mind raced. "I need your help. I can't trust anyone else. You have to watch the door to the garden while I dig up Maxim's grave," Vlad pleaded for assistance. "I don't think I can do this, Vlad." I shook my head, feeling the weight of this request. "For Angelo," Vlad insisted. "Yeah, the man, that's with another woman right now." I furrowed my brow, recalling Alexander's story about Svetlana. "What? What woman?" Vlad asked, confusion written on his face. "Alexander told me everything. The woman he's with right now, Svetlana." "You don't have to lie. I know he's hooking up with some Russian skank," I exclaimed. Vlad, looking bewildered, assured me that there was no Svetlana, and that's not what Angelo was doing in Russia. I demanded what he was doing, who Svetlana was, and why everything was shrouded in secrecy from me only. "Angelo wants to propose to you with his mother's ring. It's in Russia in a bank. He was the only one who had access to it," Vlad revealed. "Now that you know this, he'll probably kill me," Vlad chuckled morbidly. I wrestled with my emotions for Angelo. Every fight, every embrace had left me tumbling headfirst into a love I never wanted but have never felt more comfortable being wrapped around. I could no longer envision my life without him, and guilt consumed me for allowing Alexander to kiss me. "I'll help. What do I have to do?" I said, firmly nodding, and Vlad detailed the plan. We waited for nightfall, when Alexander would switch roles with Vlad and patrol the long, empty hallways. As Vlad continued digging, the tension in the air became palpable. I anxiously stood in the doorway, glancing around to ensure Alexander was nowhere in sight, sure we would be caught and killed. The quiet night concealed our operation, and I almost felt like one of the members of Angelo's formidable Mafia. After what felt like an eternity, Vlad halted his efforts, a look of puzzlement etched on his face. "There's nothing here," he muttered, his suspicions confirmed. Alexander had deceived them all. He was working against them. My heart sank as the implications of Alexander's betrayal settled in. One of the people Angelo trusted the most had been aiding his enemies. The weight of the revelation hung heavily in the air as Vlad and I exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. The intricate web of trust within the Volkov family had been irreversibly shattered. Chapter 13. Angelo's POV. My fingers traced the intricate patterns on my mother's engagement ring, a cherished relic steeped in the history of Volkov love. The cool metal offered a comforting contrast to the warmth of my skin as I envisioned the moment I would slip it onto Juliette's slender finger. The mere thought filled me with an overwhelming sense of joy. Lost in the dreamy anticipation of proposing to Juliette, my mind drifted to memories of my mother. She had been a fleeting presence in my life, a radiant soul whose light had been extinguished for my mind to shine on. My father shared tales of her love, revealing that she had called me her miracle before succumbing during childbirth. In the quiet solitude of my contemplations, I yearned to embody the strength and goodness I believed my father possessed. The family, once an unshakable fortress, now felt fragile in my hands. The hope lingered in my veins that Juliette's love could be the adhesive to mend the fractures in the Volkov legacy that would once be strong and whole again. The crowded airport buzzed with the hurried footsteps of the lesser, each consumed with their own plebeian narrative. I navigated through the bustling crowd, my destination clear, my private jet. The familiar opulence enveloped me, an intimate cocoon of luxury that felt oddly desolate without Juliette by my side. Boarding the jet alone intensified the ache of her absence. Every moment away from her felt like an eternity, an unyielding weight pressing on my chest. An indistinct feeling that something was amiss gnawed at me, leaving me uneasy and restless. The flight stretched endlessly below me. The minutes ticked by with excruciating slowness. I found myself drowning in the solitude, my thoughts consumed by Juliette, her touch, her scent, the urgency that fueled our desires. The physical separation intensified the longing and the desire to claim her, to drown in the intoxication of her legs wrapped around my body, tangled in the sheets, overwhelmed my senses. I groaned in my chair at the relentless erection growing in my pants. A bottle of vodka caught my eye. It offered me solace, in fact, it was beckoning. I indulged, each sip attempting to numb the yearning for Juliette and quiet the paranoia that plagued me. As the plane touched down, I staggered off, the effects of the alcohol adding a surreal haze to my thoughts. Entering the luxury car, the unfamiliar face of the driver immediately struck me as odd. A subtle sense of disquiet set in as I questioned who this figure was. Attempting to clarify the situation, I inquired, but the language barrier stood as an impenetrable wall, leaving my curiosity unquenched. Meanwhile, my phone buzzed incessantly, a flurry of frantic text messages from Juliette flashing across the screen. The unease escalated as I delved into her words, each plea pulling at my heartstrings. The voicemail, a desperate whisper begging for my return, echoed in my ears, sending a chill down my spine. My demeanor underwent an abrupt transformation. The luxury of the car and the opulence around me faded into insignificance as the gravity of Juliette's distress gripped my consciousness. A sudden surge of urgency coursed through me, propelling me to act swiftly. The distance between us now became intolerable. I stormed through the entrance of the mansion, the knot of anticipation growing tighter in my gut. The usual warmth of Juliette's giggly embrace was conspicuously absent, and an ominous silence gripped the grand foyer. A sense of foreboding settled over, signaling that something far beyond the ordinary had unfolded. The journey from the airport had been a blur, fueled by Juliette's distressing messages and the haunting voicemail that played over and over in my mind. I expected to find her waiting for me, ready to fall into my arms again. Instead, an eerie stillness greeted me as I entered the usually vibrant space. The study, a sanctuary of business, held a strange tableau. Vlad was bound to a chair, his features etched with a mixture of exhaustion and apprehension. The sight struck me like a physical blow, and I hastened to free him from his involuntary restraints. Removing the duct tape with urgency, my eyes bore into Vlad's as I demanded answers. What happened? Where is Juliette? My voice, usually a steady cadence, betrayed an undercurrent of frantic concern. The gravity of the situation unfolded with Vlad's breathless revelation. Alexander took her. I couldn't stop him, by God, Angelo, you know I tried, Vlad confessed, his gaze heavy with regret. My world unraveled at the seams. The brother I thought I could trust, the sanctuary I believed would protect Juliette, had become the architect of our shared turmoil. A surge of rage consumed me, a tempest of emotions unleashing itself upon the study. The grandeur of the room became collateral damage as I swept my arm across the desk, sending items crashing to the floor. The echoes of destruction reverberated through the silence, a stark contrast to the chaos that now consumed my mind. Alexander is the one who betrayed you, Angelo, Vlad added, his words hanging heavy in the air. My mind churned with disbelief and anger, emotions vying for dominance in the tumult of betrayal. In a desperate bid to drown out the chaos within, I seized control in the only way I knew how. I tore open a drawer, revealing the concealed cache of cocaine. Lines were hastily arranged, and I inhaled each one with a ruthless determination, seeking refuge in the numbness that the substance provided. The cold sting in my nostrils was a reprieve from the searing pain of betrayal that surrounded my heart. The high intensified, and I clawed at my neck as if trying to shed the vulnerability I detested. I felt the rush of power, the illusion of control, but underneath it all, a pervasive sense of loss lingered. Everything I had built, the empire I had forged, crumbled under the weight of familial betrayal. Vlad, unsure whether to offer solace or leave me to my vices, found courage within himself to intervene. You can't just sit here and feel sorry for yourself, boss. It's not over yet, he shouted, his voice shaking me from my self-destructive descent. The outburst, an attempt to rekindle the fire within me, met with a hollow gaze. Juliette's POV. The crackling of the fire filled the cabin with an eerie warmth, casting dancing shadows across the rustic walls. I sat on the couch, my hands and feet bound together, the cold metal of the cuffs biting into my skin. Alexander moved about the cabin with a purposeful grace, tending to the fire with a stoic expression that revealed nothing of his intentions. I couldn't tear my eyes away from him, each movement a silent question mark in the air. The memory of the car ride haunted me, his silence a heavy cloak of uncertainty that unenveloped us both. As I sat on the couch, my hands bound together in my lap, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that hung heavy in the air. The fire cast flickering shadows across the room, highlighting the contours of Alexander's jawline and the strength in his stature. It was unsettling how much he resembled Angelo, right down to the stormy depth of his eyes. "Are you going to kill me?" I blurted out, the words tumbling from my lips before I could stop them. The silence that followed felt suffocating, each passing moment stretching into an eternity. "No, Juliette, if I wanted you dead, you would already be gone." Alexander's voice finally broke through the stillness, but his words offered little comfort. Instead, they only served to heighten my sense of unease. "Why did you bring me here?" I pressed, desperation creeping into my tone. His scowl deepened, and he turned away from me, his gaze fixed on the flames dancing in the hearth. The delicate rose tattoo that adorned his jawline caught my attention, a stark contrast to the hardened expression he wore. But Alexander did not explain, leaving me to wrestle with my growing anxiety and the uncertainty of my situation. The metal handcuffs dug into my wrists, causing me to fidget restlessly as I struggled to find some semblance of comfort. As if sensing my distress, Alexander's demeanor softened slightly, and he approached me with cautious steps. Despite my fear, I couldn't help but feel a strange sense of vulnerability emanating from him as he knelt down beside me. With a gentle touch, he loosened the handcuffs, granting me a small measure of relief. Our eyes met, and in that moment I saw something hauntingly familiar reflected in his gaze: pain. It was a raw, unspoken anguish that seemed to weigh heavily on his shoulders. "Why did you kiss me?" I finally mustered the courage to voice the question that plagued me. "For months you treated me like you wanted me out of your lives." Alexander's expression softened slightly, his gaze intense as he knelt beside me. "My weak brother is not your only option," he began, his voice tinged with a hint of longing. I looked down at my lap with a conflict of emotions swirling in the pits of my stomach. "You don't want me," I murmured, my voice barely above a whisper. But Alexander's next words caught me off guard, his admission stirring a mixture of confusion and disbelief within me. "Before you entered our lives, Angelo only spoke of you," he confessed. "He became selfish and ignorant, clouded by delusions. Nobody ever thought he would find you, and then he did, and you were everything he said you'd be." As his words sank in, I couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion wash over me. The idea that Angelo had been consumed by thoughts filled me with a strange sense of validation, but it was quickly overshadowed by the realization of the tangled web of emotions that now surrounded us. "You're just jealous of Angelo, you don't want me." I shook my head at him, the truth ringing clear in the air between us. But my words only seemed to incite a rage within Alexander, his grip tightening around my throat as he forced me to meet his gaze. I rolled my eyes at his show of dominance, not allowing him to feed off the fear. "I deserve this empire," he spat out, his voice vibrating with fury. "I am the eldest, and I am the most experienced, and I am superior." The tears I held back fell from my face as his violence cut through the air, the weight of his anger pressing down on me like a suffocating blanket. But as the tears streamed, Alexander's demeanor softened, his touch gentle as he wiped them away. No, don't be scared of me," he pleaded, his voice laced with desperation. But despite his attempts at reassurance, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that lingered within me. I was tired of being caught in the crossfire of their rivalry, tired of feeling like a pawn in their power struggle. "You're going to kill Angelo," I wept, my voice trembling with fear and disbelief. Alexander's expression hardened, his eyes flashing with determination. "You will rule by my side, the empire he stole from me," he declared firmly, his Russian accent slipping through the cracks. His words were heavy with conviction. "Stole from you?" I asked, barely able to comprehend the gravity of his accusation against Angelo. With a heavy sigh, Alexander began to unravel the tangled web of deception that had torn the family apart. He explained how Angelo had manipulated their father into leaving the empire to him, spinning lies and deceit that had shattered their family bonds. And in a moment of weakness, Alexander had allowed it to happen, unable to bear the thought of his little brother losing both parents. As Alexander spoke, I sat in stunned silence, grappling with the weight of revelations. It was a truth I had never imagined, a betrayal that cut deeper than I could have ever fathomed. But despite the anger and betrayal simmering beneath the surface, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of empathy for Alexander. I understood all too well what it was like to be ensnared in Angelo's manipulations, to be used as a pawn in his quest for power. Our eyes met in a moment of shared understanding, and without a word, Alexander produced the key to my handcuffs, his touch surprisingly gentle as he fed me from his confines. I winced as he began to massage the raw skin. And then, in a moment of unexpected vulnerability, Alexander's voice softened as he spoke, his words tinged with a hint of admiration. "And then I would watch you dance on that stage from time to time," he confessed, his gaze lingering on me with a mixture of longing and regret. "You're captivating." My heart skipped a beat at his words, torn between fear of the unknown and the unexpected tenderness in Alexander's gaze. Loud footsteps pounded on the wooden ceiling. Someone else was in the house. The noises startled me, shattering the moment. "Who is that?" I asked him, suspiciously. "Maxim," he revealed with an apologetic look. He confessed to his involvement with Nikolai, the sinister orchestrator behind the threats and attacks that had plagued my life since the moment I crossed paths with Angelo Volkov. But it was his next words that sent a chill down my spine. Angelo led her on, every single day till the day you were brought to his penthouse above Aphrodite, Alexander confessed, speaking of Eva and what fueled her jealous violence. The words hung in the air like a dark cloud, casting a shadow over everything I thought I knew. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Angelo, the man I've had to trust with my life, had knowingly put me in danger, all for cheap thrills. A wave of nausea washed over me as the gravity of Alexander's words sunk in. How could Angelo have been so reckless, so careless with my life? The thought twisted in my stomach, a bitter taste of betrayal lingering on my tongue. I looked at Alexander, my eyes filled with a mixture of anger and disbelief. How could he do that to me? I refuse to believe you. You've lied before, I whispered, my voice barely audible above the crackle of the fire. What more do I have to lie about? Alexander looked at me, genuinely. As I stumbled into the other room, my mind reeling with the betrayal of Angelo's actions and who he was truly coming to the surface, I collided with Maxim, the very embodiment of menace and danger. His predatory gaze sent shivers down my spine, the memory of his past violence fresh in my mind and my flesh. Before I could react, Maxim's vice-like grip closed around me, pinning me in place as fear coursed through my veins. I felt powerless, trapped in his grasp with nowhere to run, even as I struggled with every ounce of strength left me. But then, like a guardian angel, Alexander burst into the room, his presence a beacon of hope in the darkness. With a fierce determination, he tore Maxim away from me, his anger palpable in the air. "You fucking animal," Alexander spat, his words laced with venom as he confronted his unlikely partner. They seemed to have a strained relationship, being so opposite. Maxim's laughter echoed in the room, a chilling sound that sent goosebumps up and down my skin. And then, without warning, he struck me with his pistol. The force of the blow sent me spiraling into darkness. As I fell into Alexander's arms, the world around me faded into nothingness, the sound of his heartbeat the only thing anchoring me to reality. In that moment, I knew that I was safe and protected, even if I wasn't meant to flutter my eyes open once again. Chapter 14. Angelo's POV. As I arrived at the cabin, a sense of dread washed over me like a tidal wave. The weight of my duty hung heavy on my shoulders. The knowledge that I must confront my brother, my flesh and blood, filled me with an indescribable anguish. As I stepped out of the car, I steel myself for what lies ahead. Maxim awaits inside, his attack against Juliette a bitter reminder of the fractures that now run through Bond. The thought of what he may have done to her in my absence twisted my stomach into knots, and a fierce determination surged within me. I approached the cabin with caution, every step echoing the turmoil raging within my soul. I hope against hope that I can reason with Alexander, that I can convince him to release Juliette to me unharmed. But deep down, I know that the bond of brotherhood had been irreparably shattered by his betrayal against not only me, but the family. We had codes and laws we must abide by, and he broke the very most important one. As I peered through the window, a surge of conflicting emotions washed over me at the sight of Juliette sitting on the couch, enveloped in a blanket, with my brother tending to her. Jealousy and anger intertwined within me like a venomous serpent, gnawing at my resolve. Without hesitation, I raised my weapon and aimed, my finger tightening on the trigger as I prepared to shoot the lock off the door. The deafening blast reverberated through the air, echoing in my ears as I burst into the cabin, my heart pounding with adrenaline. But my entrance was immediately met with resistance as Maxim stepped forward, blocking my path with a fierce determination in his eyes. His presence is like a barrier between Juliette and I, a reminder of the betrayal that now stands between us. I grit my teeth, my grip tightening on my gun as I lock eyes with my brother, a silent battle of wills passing between us. My confusion swirled into a tempest of emotions as Alexander hushed me, my eyes darting between my brother and Juliette, searching for answers that remained elusive. Approaching Juliette, I knelt beside her, my heart heavy with concern. "Juliette," I called softly, hoping to draw her attention. "Hello." Her response was distant and aloof, and my heart sank further as she turned to my brother seeking solace in his presence. "Juliette, it's me," I urged, desperation creeping into my voice as I reached out to touch her hand only to have it brushed away. Alexander injected. "She had a bit of head trauma, she has some memory loss." His explanation only fueled my anxiety, and as I gently caressed Juliette's face, her inability to recognize me shattered the last remnants of my composure. "Do you know who I am?" I asked, my voice trembling with emotion. Her answer was like a knife through my heart. I don't, I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice wavering with uncertainty. Anguish surged within me, threatening to consume me whole, but before I could unravel completely, rage surged to the surface, and I launched myself at Alexander, demanding answers, demanding retribution for what he had done to her. But Juliette's plea stopped me in my tracks, her voice begging for peace amidst the chaos. "Stop, leave him alone," she cried. I hesitated, torn between my fury and my desire to protect her, and as Maxim pressed her down against the couch, a surge of helplessness washed over me. "Don't touch me." Juliette's voice was filled with fury as she kicked out at Maxim, her eyes flashing with defiance against the memory of the small slice across her breast. She glared at him, her resolve unyielding. "Stupid fucking bitch," Maxim spat back at Juliette, lunging at the tiny girl before being restrained by my brother. I watched the scene unfold, a small realization dawning on me. Juliette's reaction to the cut on her breast hinted at a resurfacing of her memories, a painful reminder of the horrors she had endured at Maxim's hands. And as I noticed the absence of the necklace I had given to her, I had an idea. As I approached Juliette, my heart pounding with desperation and hope, Maxim and Alexander sprang into action, grabbing me before I could reach her. Despite my best efforts to break free, I found myself overpowered, my gun slipping from my grasp and disappearing beneath the couch. My cherished necklace tore from my neck and onto the ground, shattered. Outside, the snow fell relentlessly, coating everything in a blanket of white. I was dragged into the biting cold, my body shivering as Maxim secured me to a chair with rough, unforgiving rope. "Why are you doing this to me, brother?" My voice cut through the icy wind, filled with anguish and betrayal. Maxim's response was swift and brutal, a savage punch that sent pain ripping through my face. I tasted the familiar, metallic tang of blood as it welled up in my mouth, a bitter reminder of my mortality. Alexander paced back and forth, his footsteps leaving deep impressions in the snow as he grappled with the weight of their actions. The howling wind seemed to carry his turmoil. As Alexander pressed the cold barrel of the gun against my forehead, the weight of his words hung heavy in the air. "You are the most selfish dictator I have ever seen. You are ruining this family, and you don't deserve her," he hissed. His eyes were darkened, they did not belong to a familiar anymore. I refused to show fear, meeting my brother's gaze with unwavering determination. "If you're going to do this, you're going to look me in the eye, Alexander." My voice was firm, my resolve unshakable. Just as the tension reached its peak, the sharp crack of gunshots shattered the stillness of the night. Maxim fell to the ground, a crimson stain spreading rapidly across his chest, while Alexander crumpled in agony, clutching his wounded leg. From the shadows emerged Juliette, wielding my smoking gun, my necklace clenched tightly in her hand. With swift movements, she freed me from my restraints, pulling me into a tight embrace. I kissed her like it was the very first time, in these woods where the snowflakes lay gently sprinkled in her golden blonde hair. Pulling away only for a moment where I took the gun out of her freezing fingers, and I knelt down by my brother who lay there bleeding to death, shivering and shaking, his teeth chattering as he muttered several curses under his breath. Beside my brother in his final moments, Alexander, whose weakened voice carried a confession that shattered the remaining fragments of our fractured family. "I confess that I was the one who tried to assassinate you all these years. I killed father, I was the selfish one," Alexander whimpered, his words laden with regret. "You're greedy and weak," I said, my anger boiling over as I confronted the truth. With 2 swift shots, I ended my brother's suffering, but the weight of my actions hung heavy in the air. Juliette winced at the sight, her eyes brimming with tears. "How are you feeling?" My voice was soft as I turned to Juliette, my heart aching at her distress. I fought to swallow my own emotional tempest. "I don't know," Juliette whispered, her feelings swirling within her like a storm. "Is there something you want to tell me?" My concern deepened as I sensed her hesitation. As we drove away from the cabin, Juliette's gaze fell upon me, my face still marked by bloodshed yet exuding an eerie calmness. She looked anxious, overwhelmed, and a bit frightened. "Alexander and I kissed," Juliette revealed to me, her voice shaky. "He told me you were cheating on me, and he kissed me," Juliette explained quickly. I was silent for a while. And then I chuckled at the fact that he was dead. I would have thought perhaps in that moment I would have been angrier, but I was just happy to be with her. "What's so funny?" Juliette inquired. I shook my head, not wanting her to hear such a morbid joke, and then she continued with her worries. "There was just something Alexander told me before he died. Is it true, Angelo?" Her voice trembling with uncertainty. "What did he say?" My tone was cautious, bracing myself for the revelation. "He said that you stole the family empire from him." Juliette's words hung in the air, laden with accusation and doubt. My silence spoke volumes, confirming the painful truth that lingered between them. "Yes," my admission was weighed down by remorse, my gaze fixed on the road ahead. "And is it true you were still seeing Eva until you brought me to the penthouse?" Juliette's voice quivered with betrayal, her heart aching at the thought of his deception. "Yes, Juliette, please understand, I had to make sure it was you," my voice laced with desperation for understanding. "You knew she would do that she would try to kill me, and you basically let it happen." Juliette's accusation pierced through me like a dagger, her pain echoing in my heart. "That's not fair. You know I would never let anything happen to you." My voice cracked with emotion, my hands tightening on the steering wheel. "Well, a lot has happened to me, Angelo, for God's sakes, I just killed a person." Juliette's sobs echoed in the confines of the car. As we neared the mansion, my attempts to console Juliette were met with cold indifference, her rejection fueling the flames of my anger. The mansion stood eerily empty as we entered, the silence echoing the emptiness in my heart. Juliette retreated to the sanctuary of her bedroom, and I couldn't help but follow. I watched from her doorway as she discarded the clothes of the day that were now dirty, tattered, and ruined onto the floor, leaving her naked and pure in front of me. But yet when I went to approach her, she held out her hand, denying me touch. "Not a chance," Juliette giggled, sliding the hairband out of her hair, releasing her long golden locks, and then she stepped gingerly into the shower without extending an invitation. I wandered the desolate halls of the mansion with the mental image of my brother's dead body imprinted in my head. I found myself at the sizable doors that led to my study, where the white powder was calling my name for solace. The drugs offered a fleeting escape, a brief respite from the turmoil raging inside me. But as the highs set in, so did the restlessness. I couldn't stay here any longer, trapped in this empty shell of a mansion. With a sense of urgency, I made a decision to leave, to escape the suffocating grip of my own guilt and despair. I banged on Juliette's bedroom door. "Open the fucking door or I break it down," I threatened. "So break it down." Juliette challenged me from the other side of the door. "I'll break you," I muttered under my breath. A few moments later, the door swung open, and Juliette appeared in front of me wearing the sluttiest bits of fabric I have ever seen adorn her body. "What did you say?" She bit her lower lip, knowing damn well what I had just said. "You've been difficult." I wrapped my fingers around her neck and pushed into her bedroom. I carelessly tossed her backward onto her bed by her throat and mounted her body, not able to stop myself. I kissed her pouty lips with urgency, holding her hips against mine, smelling her vanilla-scented perfume mixed with my more potent cologne. "I can't take being here anymore, Juliette. I'm losing my mind," I confided into her slender neck, my fingers playing with the hem of her pink panty line. "Oh, you're right. It's much too confining in this mansion." Juliette giggled breathlessly as she responded to my touch against her bare skin. "You have no idea how suffocating this place can get. Let's take a trip," I declared before sliding her thong down to her ankles. "Where?" she inquired, her fingers working the buttons of my shirt. I ran my fingers down her most sensitive area, and she was a puddle for me already. I love watching the faces you make when you come for me, I confessed to her. I flicked my tongue against the tip of her exposed nipple, cupping her breast as my 2 fingers explored her clit. Her hands knotted into my hair as she pulled me into her lips magnetically connected to mine. As I slipped into her dripping wet entrance, she allowed moans to escape into my mouth. "Fuck baby, look at me," I demanded as I pumped her pussy in and out, my entire hand becoming wet with her juices. Her eyes widened and slowly rolled behind her skull as she began screaming at the pace I finger-fucked her. I stuck my fingers down her throat, and such she wrapped those pouty pink lips around them. "Daddy's little fucking slut," I praised her, and she released all to the bed sheets, leaving a dark wet spot. I cleared my throat to get her attention once more. "Fiji," I revealed my plans.
Chapter 15. Juliette's Pov. As I sat beside Angelo, I couldn't help but feel a whirlwind of conflicting emotions swirling within me. The opulence of the private jet, with its plush seats and lavish amenities, served as a stark contrast to the tumultuous thoughts racing through my mind. I observed the luxurious surroundings, the gleaming champagne flutes, and the array of decadent desserts being offered by the young and attractive flight attendant, whose eyes lingered on Angelo for just a bit too long as she would sway by every so often. A pang of jealousy tugged at my heart as I wondered if Angelo had ever slept with her. If she was just another conquest in his long list of dalliances. The realization that Angelo could effortlessly indulge in such encounters while professing his undying devotion to me left a bitter taste in my mouth. It was a reminder of the power he wielded, not just physically but emotionally, the allure his charm had. He was the epitome of danger and desire intertwined, a lethal combination that both terrified and captivated me. As I stole a glance at Angelo, his handsome features illuminated by the soft glow of the cabin lights, I couldn't help but acknowledge the undeniable magnetism he exuded. He was like a moth to a flame, drawing me in with his intoxicating presence, yet I knew that getting too close would only lead to destruction. My stomach turned to knots at the mere thought of his planned proposal. The memories flooded back. The moment I held his necklace in my fingertips, the floodgates opened, and I was consumed by a torrent of emotions. Despite the danger and uncertainty, I couldn't resist the overwhelming pull I felt towards him. It had all rushed to the surface so quickly. I had fallen hopelessly, dangerously in love with Angelo Volkov, a man whose true nature remained shrouded in a wicked darkness. I was unsure who he was now. He intended on ruling an empire that he stole. The prospect of being by his side as he maintained a legacy built on lies and deceit made my skin crawl. I was nothing more than a pawn in his twisted game, a woman he had kidnapped and manipulated for his own gain. Yet I couldn't bring myself to believe that harsh reality. As the pretty flight attendant passed by once again, offering a tray of bubbly, I found myself reaching for a glass without hesitation. The warm, comforting embrace of the champagne offered a temporary respite from the turmoil raging inside me, dulling the edges of my anxiety and uncertainty. Meanwhile, Angelo remained engrossed in his phone, his expression unreadable as he stared intently at the screen. I couldn't help but wonder what thoughts were swirling through his mind, if he was grappling with the same doubts and fears that plagued me. It was as if we were two ships passing in the night, each lost in our sea of turmoil and deception. I drank the first glass of bubbly quickly, and opted for a second one. Letting the warm liquid spread throughout my stomach, I started to find a bit of relaxation in my thoughts. I looked out the window of the plane, down below, past the clouds. I embraced the lush scenery, hoping to feel like a person who was about to be on a beautiful tropical vacation. Angelo cleared his throat in an effort to get my attention. I turned to face him. His gaze had already been fixated on me for some time now, but I had pushed it aside. He knew something was wrong. "I'm sorry I haven't been very attentive. It's just that I left on a whim, and there were many arrangements that needed preparation following." "Alexander," Angelo's voice changed when he said his brother's name, the brother he murdered, the brother who tried to murder him. It was like he was almost afraid to speak his name aloud. "It's fine," I replied curtly, looking down at my lap, unable to meet his gaze as I twisted my fingers together nervously. For once my reply seemed to satisfy Angelo, and he returned his attention to his phone, his expression unreadable again as he scrolled through messages and emails. As the plane descended towards the island of Fiji, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that settled in the pit of my stomach. Angelo's demeanor quickly shifted from morbid to cheery as the tropical paradise came into view, as if he could simply leave behind the horrors of his past with the touch of soft sand beneath his feet. That worried me. As we stepped off the sun-drenched tarmac, we were greeted by a black Mercedes. As the car glided through the streets towards the resort, I couldn't help but marvel at the lush greenery and floral beauty surrounding us. The mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks shrouded in mist, adding to the enchanting allure of the tropical landscape. Angelo's hand rested possessively on my thigh, his eyes fixed on my face as he watched my expressions of awe. I knew he found the most beauty in me, rather than in our surroundings, his adoration evident in the way he held me close as if I were the most precious thing in the world. But despite his unwavering affection, a twang of guilt gnawed at my stomach. Angelo had risked so much for me, putting my life above his own on countless occasions. He had faced danger and betrayal, all for the sake of keeping me safe. And yet here I was, sitting beside him in the lap of luxury, questioning his feelings for me. My gaze transitioned to his hand that gripped my thigh below the hem of my pink dress, the intricate pattern of artwork inked permanently into his skin. It ran up his arms. Typically, they'd be covered by some type of expensive linen button-up shirt or a suit of some kind, but we were on vacation. We were running from our secrets, from our worries, from our past. He was wearing a short-sleeved black t-shirt which had a deep V-neck so his chest was exposed, his inked chest clad in gold necklaces that hung loosely around his neck, but he still opted for pants black with a designer belt. The scent he was wearing was intoxicating, or maybe I was intoxicated from all the champagne, probably both. I leaned in closer to his body so that the sides of his knees were pressed up against mine. The size difference was obnoxiously evident. I melted into the sensation of his presence. He diverted his gaze from his phone to me. "Is there something you want, pretty girl?" The grip on my thigh intensified the need that began to grow for him. How far are we from the resort?" I stammered over my own words, caught in the act. His all-knowing smile dictated that he knew exactly how I felt deep down inside my core. He quickly assessed the front seat. He pressed the button that would allow for the privacy screen to rise, and it did, slowly, too slowly. God, why couldn't it go any faster? Angelo's hand pulled open my thighs that I had pressed together to satiate the throbbing feeling between my legs. His face came near my neck to whisper filthy commands into my ear, his breath warm against my skin. "Open your fucking legs," his words were demanding, but yet took action without requiring any formal bit of permission. Tearing both my thighs apart, he held them there. My legs open, panties exposed in the open, unable to squirm away. I couldn't help but wonder if the driver knew. The thought of it filled me with a new sense of sensuality. I hadn't considered it before, but as his hand reached up my dress, slowly sliding my thong down around my ankles, leaving me bare, open and on display, I decided I loved the thrill of being caught. I held onto his forearm, my nails digging into his tattooed skin, as he worked his fingers between my lips, finding the pearl of my clit and focusing on it. His hands worked my body like magic, as if he had a manual for my anatomy alone, and he flipped every switch within me, until I became throbbing and slippery wet in seconds. He paused for a moment, removing his hand away from me. This caused an urgency to build in my core, a vicious need to grab his hand and force it back where it belonged. I whined, my legs squirming in the spot he left them in. He smiled at me, and brought his fingers to his lips to taste my juices. He furrowed his brow, and his hand immediately grabbed the erection that was begging to escape his pants. I couldn't wait any longer. I pressed my thighs together to quell the throbbing that gnawed at me. His rough hands met thighs, pulling them apart. "Did I fucking say that you could close your legs?" Angelo snarled against my neck. Before I could speak, he interrupted me. No, I didn't. What you're going to do is sit here like a dirty fucking whore, half naked in front of a stranger, and you're going to come. His words sent shivers down my spine. No, actual goosebumps ran down my thighs and arms. Yes, Daddy. I nodded in submission. He looked at me like he could eat me alive right there. His lips met my neck, slowly kissing the tender spots, gently biting my ticklish areas. His hand began again at my core, this time instantly finding my sweet spot. I jolted in my seat as the tension began to build between my thighs. I bit my lower lip, trying to conceal moans burying my face into his shirt. Look at me, he commanded me, his free hand snaked around to grip my throat. The primal act only aided in my frustration for him. My eyes widened, captivated by his gaze, stormy pools of lust that commanded my attention. I gasped and moaned, my legs shaking and locking as I struggled to keep them separated. My eyes rolled inwards as he slipped 2 fingers into my dripping entrance. The grasp around my throat tightened, as did my core, as his fingers pumped inside my pussy. I could feel my walls begin to convulse as I got closer to my orgasm. Tell me, baby. How bad do you want my cock inside your slutty little tight hole? Tell Daddy. Angelo's hand released my neck. I gasped for air as he allowed me to speak. Desperately, please. I couldn't take the friction anymore, the buildup was too intense. I gripped his forearm as I felt the tension in my pussy rise until it broke. I shamelessly cried out as I squirted all over his hand and the edge of the seat. My heart pounded in my chest as I fought for oxygen, my body still tingling from the sensation of it all. My lungs desperately searched for normalcy as I slid my panties back up around my hips, and then my dress over my thighs, neatly patting my lap as if I were some type of proper innocent girl that didn't just take her pussy out in the backseat of someone else's car. My heart fluttered, and my cheeks flushed pink with a hint of embarrassment, and a bit of an adrenaline rush as Angelo looked at me with a quiet smile, sharing the thrill of not getting caught. As we neared the hotel, Angelo pressed the button for the divider, and the stoic driver, who had been silent for the entirety of the ride, continued his silence, but this time with a face ripe with embarrassment, as he must have heard my performance. I bit my lip, looking over at Angelo, whose expression was as smug could get. That bastard liked the idea of people knowing what he's done to me. When Angelo said he wanted to go to Fiji, I understood that he needed an escape from our harsh realities. I hadn't dared to bring up how he was coping with killing his own brother, and all the revelations that came before it. Angelo was a cold man. He wasn't one to discuss emotions, but I knew it was eating at him. He fled the country after all. I wasn't prepared for the type of vacation that Angelo had in mind. I had been on vacation before. When I was younger, my dad took me and my mother to Florida. It was awful. It rained the entire time we were there, and we couldn't go to the theme parks. My parents fought most of the time we spent jammed into our single-room hotel. I spent most of the trip wishing that I was home in my bedroom with all my toys. Angelo's wealth propelled this vacation. He treated me to a 5-star resort. It was small, private-like, and he had taken it upon himself to rent out the entirety of it. He insisted that we would need all the privacy he could get. The idea of what that could entail sent my stomach into anticipated knots. My flip-flops smacked the wooden deck that sat over the cerulean sea beneath. The white sand sparkled against the sunlight as if it were made of granulated diamonds. The heat of the sun enveloped me like a warm hug. I rummaged my tote purse for a claw clip, tossing my long blonde hair up into a twist. Angelo flicked the ends of my hair in a teasing manner as I scrambled to collect my bags, which weighed more than I did. I pushed at his chest gently and rolled my eyes at him. He flicked my hair again and pinched the sides of my hips. I jumped in response with a giggle. Angelo took off, briskly jogging down the long wooden deck to the end where our cabana was situated over the ocean. I chased him inside and playfully hit him against his chest, our joint laughter filling the air. "You're so slow, Juliette," he teased me, his presence growing closer to me. My feet shuffled backward till my butt hit the wall. I pressed my back against the surface as he closed the space between our lips. My hands found their way into his pocket, tugging gently on the stitches, urging his hips closer to mine as his lips ravaged mine, a skillful tongue slipping in between the small gap between my lips. His powerful body, with his towering stature, pinned me between the wall and him, with nowhere else to go but deeper into his embrace. My fingers dug deeper into his pockets, they brushed up against something, and I quickly removed my hands from his pockets, the item in question falling out and hitting the floor. A plastic bag filled to the brim with cocaine. I squirmed out of the situation he had pressed me into, and picked up the bag. I held it between my fingers like it was a dirty piece of trash. I hate this. My eyes narrowed at him. He knew how I felt about his drug use. Juliette, you have to understand, he began, but I didn't want to hear it, so I cut him off. I do understand. You have an addiction, you need help. I crossed my arms over my shoulders and sat down on the expansive bed that took up the center of the room. I can't cope with the things that I've done, Juliette. He couldn't look at me. I knew this wasn't about the things that he had done in the past. Angelo Volkov was a certified serial killer. He was a mobster, a gangster, and he had killed countless people. Some innocent and some deserving. But he hadn't feigned the slightest bit of guilt for those crimes. This time, he was talking about how he had slain his own brother, the last of his living family. It was him or you, Angelo. He sat down beside me, seeking solace in my presence. I leaned my head on the edge of his shoulder in solidarity. Sometimes I think that it should have been me, Juliette. All these years, my petty selfishness and greed built up over time, caused a fire fueled by hate to rage within my brother, to consume him, until it did, and in his mind, the only thing that could set him free was my death. Angelo took the cocaine from my fingers, his gaze fixated upon the one vice that would make him numb to the feelings of guilt. I didn't kill my brother with a bullet. I killed my brother a long time ago, Angelo confessed.
Chapter 16. Angelo's POV. I was consumed by a burning anguish that reached every fiber of my being, from the depths of my soul to the surface of my skin. For years I had pushed Alexander aside, nurturing a hate so potent that only my death could break the bond. It was a hatred born of envy, of resentment, of a desire to claim what I believed was rightfully mine. I knew who I had wanted to be for my entire life, and I had decided that at a young age, I would do anything it took to get what I wanted. I had known who I wanted to be, and what I wanted to become. I was driven by an insatiable need to conquer, to dominate, to wield power over those around me. And as the years passed, that need only grew stronger, more all-encompassing. I clawed my way to the top, dismantling my enemies, protecting my territory, and securing my position within the family. But it was not enough. Juliette Larson, I had to have her, I desired her, so I took her. They called me mad for believing in her, for squandering resources in a relentless pursuit of someone who may not even exist. But I knew deep down that she was real. She was the embodiment of the dreams that had haunted my nights for nearly a decade. I had searched for her across continents, across oceans, across the vast expanse of the world. And then, in an instant, she was before me, her presence more potent than any fantasy. This revelation was more powerful than the guilt that threatened to consume me. The guilt that would push me to change everything. I inhaled sharply, although something must change. As I focused on the plastic bag of cocaine between my fingers, I felt the weight of temptation pulling me in. With practiced ease, I emptied its contents onto the bathroom counter, arranging lines with meticulous precision. Each one stacked neatly, promising numbness from the dull pain that has seemed to linger for days. But as my finger curled the $100 bill into a tube-like shape, I blinked, my eyes remaining shut for longer than usual. As Juliette's eyes flashed before me, she had looked at me like she didn't know who I was anymore. A familiar feeling washed over me. It was the guilt again. Guilt for knowing what her father had done to her. Guilt for knowing what these illicit substances have done to her life, and what it's taken from her. And guilt for the role I played in her descent into this chaotic life of mine. I made the decision to brush the neatly cut lines into the sink. With a heavy heart, I turned the faucet on slowly, and the water began pouring out of the spout, swirling the white powder down the drain with it. I thought back to what led to this argument, her chasing me like we were kids on a playground. My hand instinctively felt for the other pocket that I was grateful she didn't touch, as it had the box that held her engagement ring. As much as I had protected Juliette in these months that I had her, she protected me as well. I hadn't realized until now how much I truly needed her. More than the superficial reasons that sat upon the surface, I needed her. Nobody else could have replaced her. She fit perfectly into my life, even if she didn't see it. She was the reason I was alive and breathing right now. I exited the bathroom, navigating the unfamiliar halls of the expansive resort room. My eyes were drawn to the sight of Juliette topless, her figure bathed in the soft light filtering through the curtainless window. She was oblivious to my presence, lost in her search for the missing bikini top. I couldn't resist the urge to indulge in a moment of voyeurism, admiring the curve of her back, the gentle sway of her hips as she rummaged through her suitcase. The pink fabric of the bikini top lay discarded on the floor in the corner, a tempting invitation. With silent steps, I closed the distance between us, relishing the anticipation of the chase. I allowed myself to savor the sight of unknowingly body, her beauty captivating me in ways I couldn't even begin to understand myself. When I finally reached her, I acted on impulse, my hand grasping her hip possessively, pulling her close against me. Her startled gasp only fueled my desire. I kept her body pressed against mine. Even if she struggled, there'd be nowhere for her to go. Her hands that had once held her breasts for modest, even she wasn't aware of my stalking presence, had now been cast in the air, and her tits bounced freely at the jolt. "I found your bikini top," I murmured, dangling the skimpy garment in front of her flushed face. Despite her apparent embarrassment, her stance betrayed a hint of defiance, a spark that ignited something primal within me. She was teasing me. Standing over her, I towered over her, her petite frame positioned just slightly above the midpoint of my chest. I found myself fixated on her tits. Despite her smaller stature, her breasts were generously sized, their perky form defying their proportions. As she stood before me, her supple pink nipples responded to the air, hardening in anticipation of the thoughts swirling within her mind. "Thank you, Angelo." As Juliette thanked me, her voice carried a breathy quality, her chest visibly rising with each word spoken. Her smooth thighs tensed together, a subtle sign of her arousal. I dropped the bikini top onto the floor in front of her. "Pick it up," I demanded. "Hey." She whined at me. I held her body firmly against mine so there was nowhere for her to go. "Fine." Juliette rolled her pretty blue eyes, a tribute to her beloved brattiness, and obeyed my command, her ass pressed against the throbbing erection that was contained by my pants as she bent over to retrieve the bikini top. In an instant, a primal urge grew over me. I physically let out a groan and pulled the knotted sides of her bikini bottom apart. They fell to the ground, leaving her naked for me. She quickly jumped upright, turned around to face me, and playfully pushed me. "Nope," she shook her head, and she covered the parts of her body that I desired the most. "You can't touch me again until you quit it, Angelo." Juliette raised an eyebrow at me. "I threw it all away," I confessed. "You did?" She seemed a bit surprised. "I won't lie, I regret it somewhat, but I did it nonetheless for you." I gave her her swimwear and allowed her to put it on without any interference. She was quiet for a moment as she dressed herself, tying a bow around her neck with the bikini strings and adjusting her bottoms appropriately. "For me," she repeated, as if stuck on it. "I love you, Juliette. I want to." I began, clutching the box in my pocket before she interrupted me. "I know, and that's enough for right now." Juliette's voice was genuine, but there was something she wasn't saying, something that she was holding back. I wanted to propose to her. I wanted to marry her. And she knew it, and she wanted to avoid the subject being brought to attention. The only conclusion that I could come to was that she didn't want to marry me. She didn't love me, and that was a soul-crushing revelation. On the outside, my face remained placid and stoic, calm and collected, but on the inside I felt torn to pieces, like every last bit of me had been ripped out and I was left hollow, absolutely gutted. Hours slipped away as we basked in the luxury of our private cabana on the secluded beach. The ocean stretched out before us, its azure waves lapping gently against the shore, a stark contrast to the polluted city seas. By my side lay Juliette, her form adorned with a revealing pink bikini, the epitome of serenity and grace. Her long blonde hair pinned back by a pair of designer sunglasses propped atop her forehead. Yet beneath her tranquil facade, I sensed a storm brewing, a tempest of thoughts swirling within her mind. I knew this turmoil all too well, for it mirrored the inner turmoil that plagued me. I was on vacation, but I wasn't allowed a moment's rest from the responsibilities of the Mafia. I had left Vlad in charge of overseeing things in my absence, but I knew the chaos would be much to bear in the plight of what Alexander had caused. His impact left a mark that would not soon be forgotten in the family. Yet I felt the need to give him a proper burial. I was able to see beyond the hatred, beyond the attempts of assassination on myself and my loved ones, the damage he had caused, and more, because above all, he was my brother. The last piece of family that I had. As I planned his funeral, the regret of discarding the cocaine crossed my mind again, and a slight urgency to feel the burn again returned. I beckoned for one of the sandbar staff members, and a young man wearing khakis and a crisp white-collared shirt approached with menus and silverware, placing them down on the table in the corner of the cabana before standing at attention, ready to take our orders. "Hello, my name is Michael. I'll be at your service today. What will it be?" He had that kind of fake, toothy, smiley, and upbeat personality that made me cringe. I was quite surprised, as this Michael character was meant to be taking both of our orders, but his eyes remained stuck on Juliette, captivated by her beauty unbeknownst to her but not me. He was closer to her age, and that bit struck a nerve within me. "I'll just have champagne." Juliette looked over the menu once and then passed it towards me. "Of course, miss." The sandbar attendant nodded, his eyes lingering on her chest. "Nice rack, isn't it?" I chimed in, clearing my throat. The attendant shook his head, his face turning red with shame and embarrassment. Juliette giggled, her hand coming to cover her mouth, as the other adjusted the revealing fabric of her top, struggling to cover her curvaceous bits. "I'm sorry, sir, I wasn't," he began, stammering over his words first and then his feet in the white sand. With tinted sunglasses covering the rage that pooled in my eyes, I rummaged in my pocket, my hand touching the cold metal of a small portable knife. I produced it, waving it in front of him. "I'll slice your throat open and rip your tongue out through the hole. You look at her again, fair Michael." I gave him my most friendly smile, with a tone that conveyed anything but kindness. He nodded quickly, and then I barked my order at him, after I was certain I had put the fear of God into him. I had ordered about 4 entrees, because Juliette was giving me cold shoulder, yet still I wanted to make sure she'd eat. Soon the small table was filled with plates of exotic seafood and glasses of luxurious alcohol. As we ate, we exchanged a few glances back and forth. I was desperately trying to find a way to bring up the proposal. The anguish of not knowing how she truly felt was gnawing at my insides. As the meal came to an end and tissues stacked upon plates, I could not hold back the rawness that I felt anymore. It was new and uncharted territory, not being able to swallow any emotion that bubbled to the surface. "I want to marry you," I admitted to her. She wouldn't make eye contact with me, she wouldn't even move a muscle. The waves crashed in the distance, drowning out the silence that would follow. "I know," Juliette mumbled, almost in a tone that was only to herself. "Vlad told me when you had left for Russia. I was worried that you were with another woman, and he wanted to reassure me. Please don't be mad at him," she continued, but avoided the matter. She fumbled with her sunglasses in a poor attempt to divert her gaze. "Juliette, what are you thinking about?" I asked her the question that held an answer that I knew would only hurt me. The sunglasses that held her attention, if even only slightly, dropped into the sand, and her gaze lifted to meet mine. And just as if my eyes had given her some kind of permission, she came and sat in my lap. "Angelo, I love you." Her arms tangled around my neck as she embraced me. I held her there for a moment, our hearts pressed together. I wanted to live in this moment. "Say it again." I shut my eyes, letting the visions of my dreams play through my mind like a movie just for me. The angel from my fantasies had become tangible. She was in my arms and she loved me. And in that moment, I knew what kind of man I wanted to be, whatever she wanted me to be. "Will you marry me, Juliette?" The time came, and I fumbled with the box with nervous fingers, almost dropping it like a fool. I inhaled deeply and presented her with the ring. Feeling nervous and out of place, this time she was in control. Juliette's eyes met mine, and her right hand traveled down from around my neck toward my lap where the ring lay embedded in the plush white cushion. "Yes," she replied without hesitation. An ecstatic smile followed by a series of body-shaking giggles erupted out of her as I slid the ring onto her finger. To be continued. Next book, King of Wrath.
Juliette. I should feel safe after everything we survived. After the blood spilled in my name. After the ring he slid onto my shaking finger. But being loved by a man like Angelo Volkov is not safety. It's surrender. He takes me across the world only to hold me tighter. He kisses me sweeter only to hide sharper secrets. And the deeper I fall into his arms, the more I see the truth. I am not escaping this man. Not his world. Not his darkness. Not the bed he drags me into, like he owns every piece of me. And God help me. I don't want to. Even if it destroys us both.
Angelo. Juliette sleeps beside me, wearing my ring, trusting me with a heart I have no right to touch. And I am lying to her. I killed for her. I bled for her. I built a paradise on top of graves to make her mine. But my past is clawing its way back. And if the truth reaches her before I do, I will lose the only thing in this world that isn't rotten. She doesn't understand what she's marrying. She doesn't understand what I become when someone threatens her. I am not a hero. I am not a good man. I am the nightmare people pray never steps into their home. And the moment I saw her in that pink dress, trembling and defiant, I knew I'd drag her into hell with me. Willingly or not. Because Juliette is my angel. My wife. My madness. And I'll never let her go. This is the third book in the Crown of Sin series. Reading order. King of Sin. King of Vice. King of Wrath. Available now.